65, 66 season. I believe that the picture is of him. He only scored one first-class century, and I believe that this is the occasion on which he did that. Possibly Don's biggest contribution was as an author. He wrote or co-wrote over 30 books on New Zealand cricket, including the iconic Men in White and New Zealand Cricket Annuals from 1973 to 1991. It's no exaggeration to say he was probably the authority on the sport in New Zealand. He was also a Basin Reserve trustee for many years and a trustee of the Cricket Museum until 2009. He played a big role in the rejuvenation of the Basin Reserve as New Zealand's and one of the world's most iconic cricket grounds. And I've certainly, the stories we heard at his funeral were very much of a very hands-on involvement, not just a governance role. Don was born and bred Wellingtonian, grew up in Miramar, attended Rongotai College, and played cricket for Kilburnie and, as I've said, for Wellington. At his funeral last week, there were many stories of Don's influence on others, his support, guidance for younger players, and the inspiration to many to love the game. He had a reputation for insisting on the spick and span, perhaps reflecting his career working as a sales and marketing manager for Rembrandt Suits. There are also stories again told at his funeral of his and his wife Patty Ann's insistence on people wearing ties into the long room or the Norwood room and having a stack of ties on hand just in case you forgot. And I've specifically put on my Scots College tie because, of course, Patty Ann was the archivist there for many, many years. Don Neely was made a member of the Order of the British Empire in 1995 and a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit in 2011 for services to cricket. Don's contribution to cricket was immortalised in the naming of the main scoreboard at his beloved Basin Reserve, which was named after him in 2008, and I think that is a very, very fitting tribute. Don was 86 when he passed away. And I just want to, through you, councillors, just to offer again my heartfelt condolences to Don's wife, Patty Ann, and to his children, his grandchildren, and his wider friends and family, because he will be very much missed. And I'm going to finish off with this word from the man himself, written in 2005. And I think they're very appropriate words for the season of Matariki, because they look forward, they look back, and they celebrate the present. The Basin Reserve has been close to me for the last 60 years, and he wrote this in 2005. For anyone with even modest sensibility, it is a magical place of memories, a pleasure ground for the present, and a fount of optimism for the future. Thank you, councillors. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? I see none of those who I can see in front of me. Nobody's speaking up, so I'm assuming that there aren't. Confirmation of the minutes of the last council meeting, just to check, Heidi, the dates that we are confirming, because that's not on my note there.
26th of May, 2022.
26th of May, okay. So the meeting of the 26th of May, thank you. I know they've been circulated and read. Councillor Young, would you like to second? Cool, thank you. Any discussion? I'll put that, if you can vote, please.
That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no items not on the agenda. There is no public participation or no requests for public participation. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn the council meeting until the conclusion of the annual plan and long-term committee. And councillors, what we're intending to do essentially is to do the annual plan long-term committee. We'll then go straight back to council. We will deal with the bits that have to be dealt with before the annual plan long-term plan is agreed. So there's a few items there. We'll have Karen, if she is available, come and join us again by Zoom, and then we will have whatever discussion that we need to have, if any, on the long-term plan, annual plan, given that we've already been discussing it earlier this morning. Then we'll deal with the other items. So I adjourn the meeting and hand over to Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take over the virtual chair, and I'm assuming we have no. I won't do the karakia, as we've just Jill has just done it so beautifully. And we will move on. I'm assuming no apologies. Are there any conflicts of interest?
Yep. Just to say that Liz Kelly's contacted me. She's wondering what was going on. So she asked me to put in her apologies, but if we can text her, she may pop in.
Okay, so we'll move to accept Liz Kelly's apologies. If you could vote on that one, councillors.
Sorry, could we grab a seconder for that?
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Heidi.
Just waiting on votes from Councillor Calvert. Never mind. That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. And then we will move on to the conflict of interest declarations. Are there any? Okay, doesn't seem there are. In that case, we'll move on to the minutes of the last meeting from the 1st of June. Do I have a seconder for those to accept those minutes? Mayor Foster, all right. And if we're good, Heidi, we will vote on that.
Could I speak to these, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like to table a couple of documents to these minutes. Circa have approached me. We're very concerned at the meeting last annual plan meeting that there was a perception that they hadn't followed process as outlined. Now, it's been very clear that they did follow the process outlined by officers at the time. It seems that somehow that there's been a bit of a miscommunication. So I'm going to table the documents that the letter from Circa as of the 27th of June and the response from Wellington City Council. They're really concerned that it's their reputation at risk here. So they want to make it quite clear that they followed the process all the way through as requested. It's just that the process changed on them and they weren't aware of it. So I'm tabling these formal documents and I'll send them through to Heidi, but I did flick them through to you just prior to the start of this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. And I've seen the response from Mr. Fell. I just want to, I was surprised to hear this because that wasn't the impression I got from any of the debate around Circa. And actually what I saw was a lot of goodwill and absolute willingness to work with Circa to resolve their issues. So my apologies that impression was taken from that debate. And I would like to reassure anybody from Circa who's online that that is not the perception of any councillors that we look forward to working with you to do this work on the theatre. So we will vote now to accept those minutes. Thank you.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we do have some public participation, and I just want for councillors just to be aware, we're going to reorder and do the LTP amendment first. So we've only got a few items at this meeting. Now is Mika here for Fair Affairs?
Kia ora.
Kia ora, and apologies to other submitters. We did, Mika is only available till 10, so that we have reordered the public participation as well. So Mika, welcome to our meeting. It's your representing organisation. You have 10 minutes and that will include any time for questions. So off you go, welcome.
Awesome, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so I'm Mika, I'm here on behalf of the Aotearoa Collective for Public Transport Equity, which is the coalition behind the Free Fares campaign. We're a group of over 70 climate groups and churches, student associations, poverty action groups, disability action groups, political groups and councils from across the whole country. And we're calling for central government to fund free public transport for tertiary students under 25s, community service card holders and total mobility card holders and their support people. So I'm talking to you today to bring to your attention a remit put forward by Pūroro City Council to the Local Government New Zealand Conference, which takes place later this July. A copy of this remit has been sent to your public forum team for you all to read over. And with this remit, through LGNZ, you have the opportunity to join the voices of thousands of New Zealanders, which are already calling for public transport equity. And the best thing is it costs you nothing. It's awesome how supportive your council has already been for this cause, and it's an opportunity to continue some of that advocacy on behalf of your communities and keep pushing for equitable, climate-friendly solutions. Yeah, this remit is important because we need as many voices calling for equitable public transport as possible. We're in a climate emergency, and over the past 3 decades, our transport emissions have doubled. And for many of our poorest and vulnerable people, cost is a huge barrier to using public transport. Over the course of working in this campaign for me personally, I've had the privilege of working alongside many people in our own lovely city of Wellington who face cost barriers to public transport and would greatly benefit if they were removed. I have a student friend of mine who can only afford to commute into university 2 or 3 times a week because of transport costs, which then impacts her ability to learn and to connect with her university community. As I mentioned, supporting this remit doesn't cost council money. Rates don't have to go up. All this remit asks is for council to join with other councils in advocating for central government for this ask. This remit is just asking council to join the many voices that are already calling for this kaupapa. This is a great opportunity for council to stand up as representatives for their community. We know that many people in Wellington and in New Zealand broadly already support stronger climate action, and many local authorities, including Wellington City Council, have declared a climate emergency, and this is a great opportunity to honour some of that commitment. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Mika, are you Wellington based?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your views about the cable car? Because when this is actually designated almost, it's a rapid transit system, but it doesn't classify for public transport or any subsidies. Would you think that something like the cable car would be useful being classified as public transport or a public transport vehicle?
Yeah, I would say for little things like the cable car, that probably isn't a huge main issue. It would be nice because that's a good link from a suburb to a city, but there's also buses that go a similar route, like the 22, I think, and the 21 both go, and the 2 actually both have sort of similar routes and similar bus stops around those areas. So there are alternative options there, but I mean, and I'm actually not certain if the cable car is a private enterprise or if that's state-owned, to be honest.
You know, it's owned by the council, but it just doesn't meet the criteria of public transport. So just interested to whether you think that should also be, able to get subsidies, given it is council.
I would personally be all in favour. I think that's a great idea, but I don't know how that would be negotiated between the council and the government.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Mika. Thanks for coming along. I'm interested in understanding how you define transport equity, because it doesn't seem to me like this will be free. It'll be paid for by taxpayers, I guess, many of whom don't use public transport. So it doesn't seem very equitable to those people.
So your question is what do we mean by transport equity? Yeah. So what we mean by that is that there are people at the moment, particularly the people in the target groups that we've identified, like community service card holders and students, under 25s, and total mobility card holders, who often rely on public transport, either because they don't own or can't afford a private vehicle, or they don't have any other alternatives. And they often miss out on things like accessing services like doctors. That's particularly relevant for total mobility card holders, and accessing things like employment and education, where cost is a huge barrier for people who often don't have a lot of money but rely on public transport to get around, to have social mobility. So equity, we would say, would be making sure that those people who really need it and who can't currently afford it actually have the ability to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does sort of. I mean, in other spheres, we have targeted sort of benefits that the government provides to make sure that those particular groups that you mention are looked after, but it's it'll be a bit of a free-for-all for those people who actually can afford their own public transport and are actually pocketing it. So I'm just sort of wondering how we sort of, is there a better way of reaching those people that you're talking about, and have you explored those?
I think for our target groups, I think the key with our campaign is this idea that as we transition to a carbon neutral economy and try and make some of these movements away from fossil fuels and away from private vehicles, that we are prioritizing those people who are going to suffer the most when there are big systemic changes like that. And so we think that targeted public transport, particularly targeting around fares and cost, is a really good way to sort of make some steps in that direction. And I'm not sure I quite understand what you mean by free-for-all for other people.
Well, people like me will start catching the bus and I'll do it for free, and yet I can afford to catch the bus. So isn't that a bit of a,
I think
not really working to the, to what you're trying to achieve?
Okay, yeah, I think our ask is for tertiary students, under 25s, community service card holders, and total mobility card holders. So I'm not sure. I missed that. Right, I got you. Okay.
So it is targeted. So thanks, Mika. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry about that confusion.
No, my fault. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Russian. And you look good, but not quite under 25. Any more questions for Mika? Doesn't look like there are. And I just want to assure you, Mika, that we councillors have had a conversation about this remit at the local government conference, and obviously because we're on the record with our prior support, we are looking to support that. But we'd like to thank you for coming and for all your mahi on this campaign. Kia ora.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, and we have a couple more public participants. Deepak, I saw you on camera before. Welcome, Deepak Nair, who's come to talk to us about an ethnic advisory panel. Deepak, you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Deepak Nair, and I am here to convince you to establish an ethnic people advisory group. Some examples. Where would a second-generation Colombian go to find a public forum for her to perform her newly learned flamenco skills? Or where would a Māori PhD student go to research detailed effects of colonization on Indian subcontinent? Or does a Zoroastrian person have any other option other than burial or cremation after their death? The answers to all of these questions and hundreds others of similar queries are scattered across different organizations, institutions, and groups, but they are not in a centralized location for the city residents to access. I envision the Ethnic Peoples Advisory Group to fill this vacuum. According to 2018 census, among 131 ethnic communities, excluding Pacifica, 10% adhere non-Christian Māori belief system. Almost a fifth, 19.2%, of Wellingtonians were born outside of Pacifica. And almost a third, 28.9%, do not speak English as their first language, also excluding Pacifica. This advisory group will engage with external ethnic organizations and social enterprises, along with CCOs and other city council stakeholders. The group's members would advise the council on their lived experiences as people from ethnic cultures to help the council improve outcomes for our community. It could also provide advice and input to the council on matters that are of significance to ethnic communities, including transport, housing, community safety, council bylaws, and electoral participation. Election turnout in the last city council elections was 38%, And among ethnic people, the rate is proportionally abysmal. This right here is the opportunity for the hopefully returning councillors in this upcoming local elections to tell 1/3 of the city that currently does not have a unified voice that you are ready to listen to them. And for the retiring councillors, this is a chance for you to leave your mark. By the virtue of paying rates, rents, and taxes, it is the duty of this council to provide solutions to the needs of not only refugees, recent migrants, and second-generation families, but also people on work visas who don't even register on anyone's radar because they can't vote. This advisory group would also be about intersectionality. This advisory group would also cater to, let's say, single refugee mom who has a son who lives with ADHD, or a recent migrant with sexual health issues. You might ask, we already have 5 advisory groups, and if we start catering to all sections of society, where do we stop? To which I would say, till the needs of such populations are met. Auckland City Council has 11 advisory panels, and multi-ethnic panel is one of them. Christchurch City Council also has a multicultural strategy. You might ask that there are dozens of groups already out there that perform the same job, to which I would say that they are either siloed, out of reach, or have alternate agenda. Some organizations I know are a boon to the city, but there are some who have undue influence. It'll cost merely hundreds of dollars to establish this advisory group. This issue has been raised here more than once before, but I am optimistic this time around because I am standing in front of you, not out of spite, but out of hope. I do not ask for preference. I ask for equality, equity, and representation. Draft a slick plan, Pōneke, and let's get Wellington moving, along with changes in Three Waters, libraries, and parks. The city is going to change drastically in the next 3 decades. And I stand humbly in front of you saying, no decisions about us without us. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora, everyone. Any questions?
Kia ora, Deepak. I think we might be nearly out of time. Heidi? Oh, no, we do have time for one quick question. Off you go, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Deepak. And as you know, I've always been supportive of an ethnic advisory group. So what our advisory groups tend to sort of help council in the delivery of its services, especially at a strategic level, and helping to be part of the early part of designing those services or and supporting them. Do you think that an ethnic advisory group, as you've discussed, would be aligned to that, some of those objectives?
Most definitely. It's just treating everybody equally, just like we have LGBTQIA+ or youth council. They are just citizens of Wellington. They pay rates here, taxes here. They have the same concerns, and everybody comes with a different set of skills. And if we are, I'm unsure of how the process goes itself, but if we recruit decent enough people, if they are kept in the loop, I'm sure the outcomes would be the same that all of us want.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak, and really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us.
Sure, everyone. Thank you.
All right, I believe we have one more public submission. Michael Scott, is Michael here? Oh, welcome. Oh, Mike. Kia ora, Mike. Nice to see you. And you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Oh, thank you. Tēnā koutou councillors and mayor. I'm quite alarmed by the proposal to set up a housing trust. In effect, to put an end to that service which the Wellington City Council has provided to generations of tenants. I've read the submission from Warwick Taylor, and I think he's raised some very good points in questioning the viability of this entity, which is proposed to be set up, the Housing Trust, and even the financial basis of the information. Warwick has presented the information which he got from the City Council scrupulously, honestly as Warwick does everything. But he acknowledges that the rates of depreciation, he doesn't have access to the actual figures, so that he had to estimate what the rate of depreciation would be. But with that proviso, I think he presents a very powerful argument for re-examining the whole basis of the financial decisions which have led to this further decision to that the City Council must do this in the interests of the ratepayers. So that's one issue. I want to raise other issues as well. The consequences of this course of action will not be to the good of Wellington and will add to the housing crisis. So just in conclusion, I would say, please don't do this. Re-examine the whole scheme. And of course, central government, the role of central government is essential. So again, we have to look to central government to fulfil what people expect from them. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Do we have questions? Councillor Calvert, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if it's from this phone. No? Anybody get any questions for Mike? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mike. We really appreciate you. Oh, sorry. Was that a hand up? Oh, it's just a wave. All right. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Matthews. Could I just ask a quick question?
Yes, you can.
Apologies for not being quicker. Look, thank you for that submission, and I agree with you. Would it be your view that that the current government should honour its promises that they made in opposition and reinstate the right for local councils to access the IRRS?
Yes, I agree with that. Yes, definitely.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll move on. So as I said, we will start with the long-term plan amendments. Now, who am I passing over to? Is it you, Stephen, or is it Baz?
Look, I can introduce the report, Chair. So look, with both of the papers on the agenda today, it's the last step in the process. You'll remember on the 1st of June, the committee deliberated both the annual plan and the long-term plan amendment, and all of those changes that were agreed in terms of the annual plan are obviously incorporated there. The first paper, of course, is the LTP amendment, and we're presenting that today for this committee to recommend to council that it be adopted. Obviously, it confirms the council's decision to establish the community housing provider to operate the social housing portfolio. We circulated this morning the Audit New Zealand draft opinion. We've since had that signed by Karen Young, so that is a clear opinion, and it's very straightforward. So look, given that this has been debated at length along the way, that's probably all I need to say, and the team is online and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have questions? Hands up, councillors, if you do. No, it does not look. Oh, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, my questions are about city housing, and I just wanted to be quite clear about depreciation. And I see the depreciation that assets allocated elsewhere. Now I know it's been said it's being ring fenced, but I'm still not clear from that email. So I wonder whether somebody from finance could talk to that briefly.
Kia ora, councillors and Mayor, Deputy Mayor. To be clear, no, that has not been used anywhere.
Use the so we did.
So this has been a topic that has been discussed at length and is really the nub of the issue here around the sustainability of the model. So not only are we trying to maintain and provide a social housing service, a city housing service, but we also have the assets that over the long term we have to upgrade. You know that we've upgraded the first part of these assets. We still have a lot of work to do. And, you know, later on in the annual plan paper, we'll be talking about the revaluation of our water assets, and the cost to maintain our assets is growing. And it is that cost on top of the running and maintenance of the city housing stock that is actually the hardest thing to get on top of when you're running at an unsubsidised level. So you can keep the business going, you know, you're meeting your day-to-day costs, but that how do you actually make sure that these are healthy, sustainable homes that families will live in is the thing that's expensive. So in the past, as you know, we've received a grant from the government. That grant has had us in a cash position. So that cash position has been funding the entire operations. We're about to run out of that cash where we move into a deficit position, and we need to understand how will we fund the future of that business without having that cash in the bank. Now, that's when you nominally start thinking about depreciation. How do you fund or allocate depreciation? And because we have a ring fence in place, we've been funding that through only funds that have come through from the purpose of city housing, whether that be through rents collected or the grant, or whatever cash reserves have built up because of that cash being in the bank. When we don't have that cash in the bank, without doing something about the ring fence, so this is the decision that you've made, right? So you have made, how do we continue to fund city housing now we don't have money in the bank? Do we there needs to be some way of subsidising that model. So you have made the choice and you've looked at options, whether you subsidise that with rates and debt, whether you subsidise that through establishing an entity such as a community housing provider that gets accesses to subsidies from the government, so i.e. IRRS. You've chosen to do, and there's a bit of a hybrid, right? How do we support that subsidy over time with rates and debt as well? That's the decision you've made of how you will sustainably fund this business into the future without having that big grant fund sitting in the bank. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out, just on the depreciation line, did we collect did we build in the depreciation into our operating costs?
So ultimately, we don't collect depreciation. It's a cost that we see coming into the future of the business to keep maintaining those assets, right? So what we've collected are the rates, or the rentals we've collected, we've received a grant, that's what we've collected, and we've used all of that on city housing. Projecting what that cost is out into the business to make sure we maintain that, we allocate the cost of depreciation, but it's not something that we collect.
So is this something similar to, like with our water infrastructure, where there's depreciation attached to that, and then we found out later on that depreciation wasn't put back into water infrastructure, it's spent elsewhere? And I'm just trying to understand whether that applies to city housing or not.
No, so the difference, and there'll be people listening to this call who say, absolutely, we have done that or we haven't done that when it comes to the water assets. But because we run our debt at a portfolio level rather than allocating debt to individual assets, when we're paying, we use rates funded depreciation, but this is non-ring-fenced activities. So we're talking about water, we're talking about our other community infrastructure assets that aren't ring-fenced like city housing is. We rates fund that depreciation, and we use that rates funded depreciation that pays down debt. Now, because it's not allocated at an individual asset level, we're creating headroom, say through rates funding depreciation of our water assets, and that headroom has potentially been used to do lots of things. But we also know that we're in a solid financial position, and we do have the headroom to fund what's required in the water infrastructure into the future. However, that's not the same case for the city housing funds, that we haven't used debt to date to do those upgrades. It's been from the cash-based reserves and the grants, etc. So it's a different scenario, and that's why the ring fence is really important, or has been important.
So I'm taking from this is that we really haven't been allocating depreciation or collecting enough to cover the depreciation costs. Is that
for city housing? That's the whole, when you're charging rent that doesn't reflect market rent. So market rent is the cost that, say, in the private sector you need to operate a business, maintain your assets, and probably make a profit, right? We're not charging rent with that in mind. We're charging rent at a level that enables social or affordable housing. So it's a discounted rate, and that because it's discounted, we haven't been collecting enough to maintain that portfolio over the long term.
So this has really been going on since we set up this, back in 2007.
Before. Since you've been providing the service without making a decision around how you subsidise the service.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask the same question because it's still not clear to me. So we've been, if I just look at 1 year, for example, we've been collecting an income of about 17 million, and we've allowed for a depreciation of about 7 million. And this seems to have been a reasonable pattern. What has that depreciation been spent on? Because this is ring fence. So if we put it aside as an expense, what have we actually done with it?
We haven't, Deputy Mayor, we haven't collected that depreciation. That's why the model is running at a loss, because the cash isn't there to match the costs.
Well, I'm not sure that I understand, to be really honest, and I am quite good with numbers. Look, I don't doubt that we're running an unsustainable model, but I can't quite understand how the numbers actually are working. What have we done with the depreciation? Because it has come from real income. I can see the income is 17 million, the depreciation that's been allowed for is 7 million. And somehow it's leading to small deficits in each year.
So the depreciation is an expense, not a revenue. The revenue.
No, I know that.
So the depreciation at the moment, you could call it a proxy for the renewals and upgrades, the cost of the to renew and upgrade that stock. That's a current liability and a future liability, right? We're not collecting enough today to fund that business into the long term.
So perhaps we do need some more explanation of how these numbers actually make sense in some of these charts, because having had a really good look at it, it isn't completely clear to me. Sorry. But anyway.
Can I just have a call out?
Maybe Jenny's going to explain it to us.
Have you got a question, Councillor Condi?
I am going to try and frame it as a question, Chair Matthews. Sarah, can you, I think from what I'm hearing is that you're saying that in the other parts of our business, we fully fund depreciation, which means we collect rates funding. So there's actual money. Whereas in this part of our business, we have not been fully funding depreciation. So we actually have not been collecting that funding in the first place because we aren't charging market rates. We just have not been collecting that money in the first place. Is that correct?
Correct, with the result being we run down both the finances and the asset.
So the difference between the Three Waters situation where we were collecting actual money to cover the depreciation and there were questions about how that got spent. In this case, we actually did not collect the money that we would have needed to fully fund depreciation. So it's not like there's this cash sitting somewhere.
Correct.
Okay.
It's an expense that's unfunded.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Councillor Condi, really good use of an upward inflection. Councillor Rush.
I am very impressed with the grammar description there, Madam Chair. So I guess the question I've got then, Sarah, is and it might be for a later time, but why were we knowingly running a uneconomic rental scheme without topping up through presumably rates or debt?
Thank you, Councillor Rush. That is exactly why you have gone through this process to resolve that decision. It's a significant decision. You've consulted with Wellingtonians on it, and maybe that decision has been later than it could have been, but it is a significant and difficult decision. So I'd say the council's given it good time to consider.
And recognising that that you've been in the job for only a couple of years. Not to cast aspersions on previous people, but which I probably just did. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. And councillors will remember things like the graph of doom, which has been referred to, a lot over this kind of process, and also, our previous, I think possibly multiple councils' discussions on things like rent setting in order to generate the revenue, or at least some of this revenue that wasn't there. So, Deputy Mayor Free, do you have another question?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but it's still not quite clear. So if we're getting, for example, $16 or $17 million, as it's called, revenue from operating activities, is that basically the rents that our tenants pay?
I guess I'm finding my buttons. Yes.
It is.
Yeah, there might be some other... sorry, I'm not looking at the detailed financials, but when there was cash in the bank, that you were also earning interest on that, so that wouldn't be included in the amounts.
Okay. Then, if we have been putting aside some depreciation and it's been ring fenced, have we actually been spending more on upgrading our properties and repairing them than the government has given us money to do? Is that
just to be clear, we haven't been collecting the depreciation, but we have ring fenced all the funds that have been collected for the purpose of city housing. Yes, so a capital injection is a one-off finite opportunity, right? So yes, we're very grateful for the capital injection, and at the time, no one would say no to $220 million, right? But the cost of our significant portfolio is greater than that. Yes, it costs more, and hence why we've only done that first half. Plus, as previous papers have called out, we've seen other costs to run this business increase. You know, you've seen the requirements of legislative changes around healthy homes, for example. So we've had to do more than what we originally forecasted. Then there was always our side of the deal. So we had to do half of the upgrade as well. Government always knew they were only sort of putting in half of the required upgrade. So we've had to do ours as well. And the cost is they are escalating. You know, you're seeing it across everything that comes to you. This is no surprise that these things cost a lot of money. The other thing I would say is once you've upgraded an asset, the cost to maintain that asset sometimes increases as well. Some things will be more efficient. It might be more efficient to run, but you've got, you know, higher quality ovens to replace. You've got other, you know, lighting and heating that you need to replace. So that money that you put in also needs to be collected at some stage to upgrade those assets when they eventually need upgrading as well, because this is a long-term model. This isn't something you're in the business in for a short term, so you don't have to worry about that eventual upgrade. This is, you know, these are assets that will be around for generations.
All right, thank you.
Doesn't look like there are any other questions. Mayor Foster, would you like to move the paper?
On my unmute button, yes, I'll be delighted to do that. Thanks, Madam Chair. A few comments that I want to make. I mean, we've obviously already had debates around this, but there are a few things that's worth reminding ourselves of. First of all, just to say thank you to all the staff who've worked so hard to both on the documents, the consultation process, and actually the work that is delivered and is represented in the annual plan. Councillors, we're operating in an extraordinarily difficult environment, possibly less so than the environment that we had in the last 12 months. But if you look through what is in the annual plan, the document, which I'll find the right page there, if you start with what I've got his page, juggling between screens, page 23 onwards, you see an enormous program of work which is quite extraordinary. Around the Three Waters, the Three Waters work that's being done in the central city, Pūroro Reservoir, which is about to be commissioned, the work around planning for growth and the district plan that we've, of course, debated last week, our work in Te Kāinga, the work that we've done, which we'll be debating shortly. And now, just to check, Councillor Matthews, am I focusing just on the annual plan?
No, you're focusing. I was just about to jump in there. This is the long-term plan amendment.
I was about to do the whole thing.
No, do the annual plan.
We'll just do the annual LTP bits. Okay, look, well, let's just. So I was just about to stray into housing there anyway, so I'll stick with housing and landfills. Look, two things to say, councillors. There. First of all, in terms of the landfill decision, I think an important milestone decision. If I look back a few years, there was a thought about how we proceed with it physically and go to resource consent. And then it was determined that we needed to go through a consultation process under the Local Government Act to determine what the right option would be. And of course, because one of the options was not to have a landfill at all, that automatically meant a level of service change, which meant that we needed to consult, and hence the special consultation that we've got here. I think what we've got is a very sensible, balanced solution. I think it's a very pragmatic one. What is really, really good is that the community working group was set up, and it's a community working group dominated by local residents and by environmental groups, has recognised the pragmatic solution. We want to produce less waste. We don't want to be filling up that whole valley. Zealandia in particular, and some of the rural residents were saying we don't really want the landfill getting too close to us. That will become a real problem. So what we've got is a much more limited landfill, and what of course that means is we've got to reduce the amount of waste that we produce. And here I recognise Councillor Foon and the work that she has done, the enthusiasm that she has brought to waste minimisation. So I think it's a very pragmatic approach. It does mean that we're going to have to keep on driving a lower waste environment. And we also, I think the other thing to say is we need to get on with this. The clock is well and truly ticking. 2026, we lose probably both the consent, we certainly lose the consent for the existing landfill, and we'll need a new consent. But we also likely fill up the existing landfill in terms of its physical capacity. And so we need to get on with that. The consent, it's intended to be lodged in November, assuming that we make the decision that I'm sure we'll make shortly. And we need to go through with that. The other thing, of course, is that later on today, we'll also be making a decision about sludge treatment, or moving the sludge treatment forward. And that's an absolutely critical part of this. If we don't get the sludge sorted out, we can't reduce the waste because of the mixing ratio, which we're all very familiar with. So I think today is a landmark. Most of these things, we have a number of landmark decisions, and today is a landmark decision in the way in which we manage our waste and our sludge treatment. So I look forward to your support there, and this is something that's well supported by the community who recognise the pragmatics of this. The second part of the special consultation, the community housing provider, again, we got good positive feedback from the majority of the submitters who commented to us. Again, a really important discussion. Councillor Rush, you mentioned why we're knowingly running a deficit, and I guess this is one of those things which, again, I say to you, councillors, congratulations on being courageous. Didn't do that we're where we are. If we had done what Christchurch did, if we'd done what Auckland did and started this process several years ago, I think three things would have happened. One, the council wouldn't have been in the same financial problem with its housing. Now Tatahi community housing provider, IRS. Of course, we have virtually none on IRS. The only ones who we have on IRS are the ones where we have actually essentially leased out some of our stock to community housing providers. And we probably would have built more housing because the problem is that the model at the moment just doesn't work. Every time we build a new house, we're actually worse off. We dig the hole even deeper. That graph of doom you mentioned, Madam Chair, that was one that we were familiar with, but council didn't want to tackle it. So I say well done to this council for taking that on. And I've got to say, I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Scott, who submitted and saying that this won't be for the benefit of Wellington. It absolutely will. If we continue down the path we are on, the impact on our rates, I think, over the next, it's effectively around a 6% impact on rates every year if we keep on doing this. The deficit gets worse and worse. Deficit at the moment is about $30,000 a day. By the time we get to the end of 10 years, particularly if we're investing in the housing stock, it's $130,000 a day. Now, we cannot wear that. So we've got a trajectory here to get out of this. It's going to take a while to do so. And Mr. Scott also said it will add to the housing crisis. Actually, it's the reverse. Because if we go forward with this, two things happen. The government has said, essentially, they've given us more than the nod and the wink. They've now put in the budget money for new housing tenants to be on IRS from the 1st of July next year. And I've got no doubt that that's not just going to be for 2 years. That tap won't be turned off. This is the way in which other councils have dealt with this. This is the way in which other community housing providers have been set up. But the other bit is that there will be IRS for new housing. And that immediately means that new housing becomes financially viable, whereas at the moment it's not. And so that means we can start building the new housing stock, new social housing stock that our city needs. And already work has been done to look at our housing portfolio and to identify places where we can actually get more housing on those sites. Sometimes it'll be just adding new housing as we renovate and strengthen. And other occasions it will be removing the existing stock and building more stock. But it will give us the ability to build more much needed social housing. So I think it's very much a step forward for the three things that we said we wanted to do. We wanted a portfolio which works for council. It's affordable for council. It's affordable for our tenants because at the moment many of them, something like 40% of them are on 35% plus of their income being paid in rent, which is too high. And the other thing is it gives that additionality which we want, which tenants and prospective tenants want, and which the government wants. So I think all of those reasons, I think this is the right thing to do. The other final points to make in this are the council will still own the assets and they'll be leased. Council will appoint some of the trustees, and obviously there's work to be done yet. We've got a paper which will come back in August around establishing the trust, and we can go through the details of that then. But again, I just want to finish off again by thanking all the staff for the hard work. If I can particularly identify Catherine and Angelique for the huge amount of work they put into this Sahai as well. And I'm sorry, I'm undoubtedly going to miss other people, but those three in particular, I want to say thank you for their work, and to commend you again, councillors, for your courage in doing something that probably should have been done several years ago. Happy to move.
Thank you, Mayor Foster, and I'm going to second, but I'm going to reserve my right to speak. Heidi, I'm wondering if we could take down that speaking order that we have, and we will go into morning tea, and we will have a 15-minute break and then come back and have the debate on this paper. While noting, of course, we've debated these issues at length on many other occasions, and I'm sure that you'll all be very disciplined in making comments with that in mind. All right, so we'll come back at 10:45, colleagues. Katie, just checking you've got that speaking order?
Yep, I've got it.
Thank you so much. All right, 15 minutes. Well, see you. So we will now move into the debate. If we're ready to go live stream, etc. We will now move into the debate on the long-term plan amendment. And I believe it was Councillor Foon who was to speak next.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair. And I just would dearly love to respond to city housing, but actually I just want to respond to the landfill statement at the moment, given that we have debated this, Chair, and I'm taking that on board. But what I would ask with this amendment, particularly of our officers, that whilst we have granted the landfill extension through this long-term plan, that we didn't need to be a long-term plan amendment, I do want the extension to be taken into account in part of the whole zero waste strategy, not as a separate thing, a zero waste strategy and a landfill that we're going gung-ho on. This landfill is about being part of that journey and must be designed accordingly in that regard. I'd also like to just comment on the Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I think you've got a really great understanding of the landfill. But actually, I've got to be clear here, it is not supported by the community. It is being tolerated by the community. And that this landfill and the other landfills have a huge impact on the communities, and that the waste in the environment, the trucks that they have to put up with going through their communities, and they're huge trucks. Our roads are not built for the size and scale of these trucks anymore, and the environmental degradation to our streams. So while it is the intention, so that is why it is clear that in that amendment, we are saying that this is the final landfill that we want to see in this area of the city. So thank you to everybody for the work we've done to get here, but I just really wanted to make those points clear. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Foon. I hope you're feeling all right. Councillor Pennant, there you are.
Thank you, Chair, and apologise for the banging going on. There's just a bit of work going on. Look, as you know, councillors, pragmatism is not my middle name. So this landfill extension is swallowing the largest, deadest rat possible. But I would like to acknowledge the efforts of former Mayor Wade Brown, who did try to do something about our waste systems. I also tried to do my bit, and now Councillor Flynn is taking it on, as well as other councillors too, of course. So look, in voting for this, I'm saying, look, I get that we have to do something, but it is with a heavy heart, and I would like to thank the community for their tolerance, because it's not a suitable neighbour to have. And I trust in Councillor Flynn for her leadership in a new waste strategy, so that we will move to zero waste as soon as possible. It's not acceptable to do. On the matter of city housing, I will just be really brief. I will be proudly voting against the recommendations today. This is a matter of government policy. All it needs is a change. Basically saying that city housing should be run, funded by some of the most vulnerable people in our community is unsound. And really this is just like public transport. It has to be subsidised, and I'm very happy to pay my share, as I'm sure many other Wellingtonians are, to make sure that people are housed. So deeply disappointing that the current government has not reversed its position and made a commitment to funding the IRRS. It was an absolute no-brainer. Not only would our tenants get a better deal, but we would be able to build more affordable housing. And of course, I would also support the growth of the chip sector, because actually they do some really valuable work too. But the idea that you sort things out by taking stuff off council to give to the community sector is unsustainable. If we are to make sure that all Wellingtonians are housed for all times going forward, then we need to make sure that government is involved in providing affordable housing. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant. And let me just check my little list. Just quickly fill by mentioning that my middle name is actually June. It's also not pragmatism. Right, so the next person I had in the speaking list was Councillor Fitzsimons.
You might want to come back to me. I'm just having computer dramas.
Mute. Councillor Paul?
Yeah, can you hear, just checking you can hear me all good? Is that
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Kia ora koutou, mano te a matariki. I just wanted to briefly speak on the city housing variation. And we have debated it extensively, but just over the weekend, I spent some time at Central Park Flats with some tenants, and Warwick, who's written us this letter over the last week. And so it's important to them that their views are shared and that you all get to hear some of them, especially, I guess, against the backdrop of uncertainty. The in the tenant community, in combination with various other consultations, the CHIP consultation, the rent setting consultation just a few years ago. And I think we really need to give some certainty to tenants, and I hope that we can do that in August, because I think they are feeling like their futures and their homes are uncertain and unstable, and I hope that we can do that. I really just was pretty disappointed to hear Mayor Foster's introduction of the paper about the fact that this was a decision that we should have made a while ago. It is really hard to hear that, knowing that some councillors around the table have been here for a while, and I really would like to hear them accepting some responsibility for this issue, because I am seeing it up front and close, and seeing the mental state of some of our tenants trying to grapple with this uncertainty, and it is really hard. And I think councillors that have been here for a while should accept some accountability for letting the situation get so bad. And it does make me think that our social housing, if you look at the way it's been configured and the depreciation and how it's been that way for 15 years, it does make me feel like it had been set up to fail. And so I would like to see some accountability there and for some apologies, because I definitely apologise to tenants unreservedly for the situation that we've gotten ourselves in. And I don't think we can say if we had started this process ages ago, we wouldn't be in this situation, because I think council probably reasonably could have expected to have gotten the access to the income-related rents, because many Labour members of Parliament, when they were in opposition, made statements that the councils should have access to income-related rents. Annette King made those statements. Phil Twyford made those statements as recently as 2017. And it still makes absolutely no sense that councils can't access income-related rents. And if you need any evidence as to why it's a totally arbitrary decision that the government continues to make, then I suggest you read the report by Mike Reid on behalf of Local Government New Zealand that was published in May, and it outlines the government's prior support of councils accessing income-related rents, and questions why that's changed and the impacts that that's having. So yeah, I remain apprehensive that setting up a CHIP will solve any of these issues. I think our existing tenants still need access to subsidies. They deserve rent equity, and the government offering income-related rents to new tenants does little in the way of solving the issue for existing tenants. And but again, meeting with the tenants over the weekend, it always humbles me a lot to see that they're so happy and excited for new tenants to be able to access that future. And so I just hope that when August comes, we might be able to extend that affordable rent limit subsidy to everyone, perhaps. And I guess I still remain a bit sceptical that setting up a CHIP helps us to solve some of our issues, including the upgrade program. Half of our stock is not up to standard. We are not a good landlord in that respect, and we need to upgrade half of our housing portfolio ASAP. And I just struggle to see how a CHIP will be able to access some other finance that we can't access without us relinquishing our majority stakeholder status in that chip. And we will have to continue to subsidise rents, which I'm obviously happy to do, but we will still have to do that under a chip. So I'm still kind of struggling to see how the chip setting up solves any of our financial sustainability issues, but I want to make it work. And I think in August, maybe I'll get some more clarity on how that will go. So being patient and continuing to stay in contact with tenants and really having them as a key part of my decision-making, matrix. But yeah, so thanks to everyone that's put work into this. And I think accountability is really important at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Councillor Fitzsimons, have you resolved your technical difficulties?
For the meantime, yes. I just wanted to speak briefly because it does feel like a very important day for city housing. And I did want to genuinely acknowledge the staff and the tenants who engaged in this consultation. It was done in a very thorough way across our city and in a very humane way, in a way that people have conveyed to me that they felt their dignity was respected through this process. So I really wanted to acknowledge our staff for running that process because it was a complicated discussion to be having. And my understanding from the feedback I've received is that people felt like they had a real opportunity to engage and understand the issues, but most importantly, be reassured about the future of city housing. And I guess that's what I did want to reflect on, that since coming in as a councillor, the graph of doom has been hanging over our heads, and there's no excuse for any councillor not understanding the depth of the problem and the urgent need for something to be done to resolve it. And so I think we've taken what is quite a brave step and a difficult decision, but it is actually the only decision available to us if we want to be responsible governors. I don't think there's any pride in voting against this. This is the only way forward to build more social houses in Wellington. So I'm proud to vote for this. I think that it's irresponsible not to, and it's that kind of irresponsible thinking that got us into this problem in the first place and let it fester for so long without being resolved. So I'm proud to vote for this, and I'm doing so on the basis of our current tenants and our future tenants, because it's a responsible and humane course of action. Thanks everybody for all the work.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you. Lots of it's already been said, but firstly, on the landfill, I definitely support this solution for the landfill. But it is obvious that we're on notice with our landfills. We just cannot keep filling up gullies in the way that we've been doing in the past. And I'm old enough to remember Kerry's Gully when it was actually a wild bush with a lovely little stream. And I walked up there and spent a night there. We've filled that gully up, but we can't keep doing this sort of thing. And I think it comes back in the end to responsible product stewardship and avoiding unnecessary packaging and really looking at how are we creating all this waste in the first place. But I'd really like to thank Councillor Foon for highlighting the whole issue around waste, and our the next paper we're going to be dealing with is the sludge treatment plant. It's obvious now that we need to do both these things, have a better solution for our landfill and to have the sludge treatment plant. The two things will go together. Thank you, Councillor Foon. I think of all the things that you've done, and there've been many, this is actually a real legacy that you'll leave from this triennium. In the matter of the city housing, I don't actually accept that council's done anything wrong. I think we knew that there was a crisis, but we've tried various different things to solve that. We've gone to government, we've had lots of discussions, along with our tenants actually. We have made pleas to government for things to change, but they haven't changed. So I think we're at the point now where we need to acknowledge that something has to be done. I have now realised the issue I was worried about before in terms of the accounts. I've had another discussion with our CFO, and it really comes down to the fact that we are spending money on renewals and upgrades, which is not shown in those figures that our resident raised with us. We are putting aside money for depreciation. It's an average sort of amount, but what's not shown is how much we're actually spending on renewals and acknowledge the fantastic work that's been done on our social housing. It's easy to forget what it was like and how much has been done to upgrade it. And I think we need to acknowledge the history of amazing staff that have worked in this space, going back to Vicky McLaren and more recently Angelique, and us. You know, there've been staff in between that as well. I think our city housing has been a source of a lot of pride, and it's sad that we've got to the situation where we need to consider that it needs to be managed differently and managed by another agency, not us. But that's where we are. So I will be voting for the solution. I hope that we can still be proud of it. I hope we can still be involved. I hope that it works a lot better for our tenants, because at the end of the day, at the moment, our tenants are not getting what they could be getting if we were organising ourselves in a chip and they were able to access IRRS. So, kia ora.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm going to speak on the city housing. Obviously, it's been spoken on extensively, so I won't repeat things that I've said last time, except that I do want to thank the staff, because many conversations with government and councillors trying to navigate this very complex situation. I do just think it's important that we take that time to thank them. So I mean, from my perspective, the time from now, so our decisions in August are really important. When we're setting up a new chip, we need to make sure that that tenant voice is maintained and uplifted through that process. I know in my ward, and I know many other councillors, tenants do approach us with concerns about things, and I want to make sure that that is a clearly understood and enabled process under a chip. I think it's really important that we don't lose sight of the fact that we are in a context where the wait lists are growing. So not only do we have the challenge of making sure that we're doing a good job by our tenants now, and that will very much be part of the focus in August, but actually that we have people who are waiting to have a house, and so we need to make sure that we don't stop those people from being able to access that. And I think voting against this today is actually a slight on the people who at the moment can't access our city housing. I also would like to say that as a councillor who has been here for 2 terms now, the graph of doom was presented to us last term. It was overwhelming. There weren't a massive list of options as to how to address the issue. And so I think our staff have done a very good job at exploring as much as they can the various options that they could see. I haven't really heard councillors who are saying they're going to oppose this today actually making alternative suggestions and actually putting up credible alternatives. That Councillor Panic, you acknowledged that it's an expensive time for everybody, and that our ratepayers are all feeling the rising costs of food and all the other things that we just have to pay to survive at the moment, and that you haven't credibly put an option forward that would actually work to keep our city housing sustainable within its current context. I think just protesting with words is not an effective way to make change. I would have preferred to have had another option which we could have looked at and assessed and possibly supported. But I'm very happy to support this, but like others, very focused on making sure that we do a good job from here. Kia ora.
I see there are no more. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I will be supporting this somewhat reluctantly. I've always been a strong supporter of social housing and council actually being in social housing. We need to make sure that we provide for all people in Wellington. I agree with Councillor Paul in terms of in terms of apologising to the tenants for the situation we're now in. And when this deal was first cut around our city housing back in 2007, and in hindsight, it's taken us 15 years to resolve something that we should have been obvious right at the start. There wasn't enough money being collected to fund, obviously, depreciation, which enables the renewals of the property, and we've been relying just solely on government grants. And I actually would like just to say I do apologise to the ministers, to the government, because I've been holding them to account. I still think they should give us IRS, but I think we have actually not set this up well since it was first agreed back in 2007. So we have to take responsibility for that. So my apologies to them for only just coming to realise that we should have been doing more. And so we should have been doing more. And Mayor Foster, you said that just in the last few years. And look, this has obviously been a situation that's been going on ever since we did the deal. And so I'm surprised that it is actually taken this long for us to see the graph of doom, albeit even from the last triennium. So yeah, and it's not. I don't feel proud about agreeing to this. It's a necessity, but it's disappointing to find that we have been basically, even a not-for-profit, we've been running something down that we should have called up, in the late 2000s, not just now. And Mayor Foster, I think, you were on the council then. You had certain roles on council then. So you need to take some responsibility. And also we've had the Mayor's Task Force on Social Housing. This is where we thought we could come up with an opportunity to find a different solution or some other solutions. And Councillor Day, exactly. We have to put up alternatives or try and put up alternatives. And, it's been an interesting experience, and I'm sure the tenants feel that way as well. So, yes, so I'm disappointed that this has come to this, but it's a reality, and I will be supporting the amendments.
Councillor Wolf.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. The ground has changed a lot since 2007, and when I came into council in 2013, our housing unit, our social housing was the diamond in our collection of portfolios, business units. I think where we got led astray was back when we got the pot of 200 million plus, and we probably didn't future-proof as much as what we should have. We're the second largest social housing landlord in the country. It's a big responsibility that we've got, and it's something that I personally am really proud of, that we have that resource, that ability to house so many people. I do agree to an extent with Councillor Paul, but we were always told right through until the last term that we were doing well. And unfortunately, it wasn't the case. As I said earlier, some of the legislation that was brought in has affected things. And I certainly don't think it's from the lack of our officers trying to ensure that we're on a stable base. I think that it was referred to before, but we've had some great officers in this space, and it's just a circumstance that's arisen. In this last term, we've tried our very best to address it, and I think that I certainly am going to vote for this. Like Councillor Calvert, there was a hesitancy, and I am a little bit reserved on that basis, because I do believe that the IRRS is more equitable, and I think that when we move into this chip situation, we should still be negotiating. I'm voting for this because I think our tenants deserve some security, and we really owe it to them to give them some confidence that moving forward, that there will be some equity. So that's the main reason why I'm still uncomfortable, like Councillor Calvert and a few other people. But I think that we've just got to move forward and give our social housing tenants some comfort. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Mayor Foster, do you want a right of reply? You might. But keep it as brief as you can.
Thank you. I'll just go again. Had to find the mute button. Look, yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to write a reply. Councillor Foon, take your point about tolerance by the community rather than support. But I am grateful for the community being tolerantly pragmatic about this, and I take your points on board. And likewise, the Deputy Mayors on the landfill, because I think those were the only two comments made about the landfill. Deputy Mayor, you mentioned responsible product stewardship and trying to drive down the use or the creation of waste, and that there is a lot that is being done. We've got some fantastic community organisations and small businesses that are working around our community doing great work in product reuse. And again, I thank Councillor Foon for her work there. One of the biggest areas of material that goes into the landfill is construction and demolition waste. And again, there's a lot of work to be done there, but I think we see down, for example, in Centreport, the reuse of a lot of that demolition waste, and that is much better, that it's able to be productively reused rather than go into the landfill. So on to city housing. Thank you collectively for your comments. There are a few things that I want to mention. Councillor Pannett, pragmatism is not my middle name. Yes, well, we know that. That is one of your endearing characteristics, but I think this time I would encourage you to try and think again about that. I mean, we can stand on the hill and say we're going to be, we're going to be philosophical about this and say that, we insist on continuing with the model that we do. That is a model which is essentially, it's no good for tenants. It's no good for the council, and it is no good for building extra houses. And those three things, it fails on all of them. And so I think the principle is going to undermine the outcomes. And really, what we're on about here is the tenants, the future tenants, the prospective tenants that we could accommodate if we build more houses, and the city and its ratepayers. Because I think somebody mentioned that you have started to, I think Councillor Day, there was an implication there that rates, we can't keep on putting them up, and you've told us many times we're going to need a lot of money for the transport announcements that have just been made for responding to climate change. We can't do all of these things, and so we've got to find a way through this, and what we have in front of us is a way through this. Councillor Paul, terms of responsibility, I think and Councillor Calvert too, look, there are a number of things which have changed. I mean, the model, if you look back at it to 2007, there was an expectation that it would wash its own face. But as Councillor Wolf said, the world has changed in many different ways, and just some of those were things like, and this is in the capital side of things, the capital costs obviously of new building stock have increased dramatically. There was the imposition of the increase in GST, which there was no compensation for that in this area. We didn't foresee the earthquakes in Christchurch and Kaikoura and the effect on insurance rates, which is a significant effect on the business cost. Healthy homes was another one that we didn't see. Something we need to do, but it's an extra cost. And the other one actually, ironically, is interest rates. If you look at, we had a lot of money in the bank, and I think the way it was accounted for has probably masked some of the problems for a long time. But when you have a lot of money in the bank and you're earning interest on it, the interest rate, a high interest rate, is a good thing. And at the beginning of the GFC, the interest rates dropped by about 6 or 7% almost overnight, very, very short period of time. So if you've got $100 million in the bank and you're earning 7%, that's $7 million. If you're only earning 2%, that's only $2 million. You're $5 million worse off. That's the kind of impact that has a real impact on the financial viability of the business unit. Councillor Paul, you also said that you think council should be getting IRS, and noted the statements by various Labour MPs. Well, we've said that to them. We'll keep on saying that to them. We need to keep on lobbying because we need to try and do the best that we possibly can to achieve that rent equity that you mentioned for our existing tenants. But what a chip will do is it will mean that we get IRS for new tenants from the 1st of July next year. And we also get IRS for new builds on top of that. So those are significant moves forward for some of the most disadvantaged people in our community. And I think that's really, really important. Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you for your really nice words about our staff and the tenants and the engagement and the humanity of that engagement and the dignity of that engagement. I think that is really, really important. So thank you for those words. And you're noting the courage that this has taken to do this. So congratulations again on that. Councillor Day, yeah, just to say I agree completely with you. The decisions we make in August about the design of the chip are really, really important. And I did like your comment about uplifting the tenants, how we do that in a way which works in governance and in human terms. Councillor Calvert, I think I've probably covered off your issues there. And likewise, Councillor Wolf, thank you for noting that the world in 2022 is not quite the world that we had in 2007 in so many different ways. So, councillors, I hope that this will be unanimous. If it's not, that's disappointing in a way, Councillor Pannett. But I know that we'll move forward in a way that is, I think, good for our tenants, good for our city, and good for building more social housing that we need.
So, councillors, is there anything you want to take separately? I assume there is.
Yes, sorry. I think Councillor Matthews, could we just take 6 separately? Otherwise, I'm happy with everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will do everything but 6 and then 6. Does that work, Heidi?
Yes, that's fine. Ready when you are.
Okay, let's vote.
So voting on clauses 1 through 5 plus 7 is 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you, Heidi. And now we will vote on clause 6.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor O'Neill. So that is for clause 6, 13 votes in favour, 1 against, the 1 against being Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. Now, I do normally have a reputation for running quick meetings, and you are messing with my my vibe, councillors. So let's try and get through this debate with a little bit more efficiency on the annual plan, given similarly all of the issues have been canvassed at length. So I would like to invite officers to introduce the paper and also to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this will be a fairly brief introduction because, as you've said, this annual plan has been debated over the last 4 months, and obviously on the 1st of June, all the deliberations were had by this committee, and all of those decisions are reflected in the draft annual or the recommended annual plan that's before you. Obviously, our budgets and consequential rates reflect those decisions as well. And this annual plan represents year 2 of the LTP with all the necessary changes that have come about from a very challenging environment that we've been in and continue to be in. I'm going to probably leave it there, but Sarah just wished to highlight a couple of the financial issues that we're drawing the attention of the committee to in the paper. So I'll hand over to Sarah.
Thanks, Stephen. And I'm going to be super brief as well, Chair. So 3 quick points. The first one is the long-term plan forecasted 9.1% rates increase for year 2. we're coming back to you with an 8% average rates increase. The second part that I want to sort of talk to is that we are setting, as you know, and so individuals, when they get their rates bill next year, unless they are cosmically lucky to have the absolute average revaluation uplift, it will be difficult for some people to tie back their rates increase to what we're talking about today is the 8%. Some people, depending on their revaluation, will be above that if their value has increased proportionately more, and some people or ratepayers will be below the 8%, depending on what their valuation was. And we've discussed this at committee a couple of times as well. The third thing that I just wanted to briefly mention is that this annual plan does react to the material increase in our water asset valuation. And so we did have to think on our feet and propose a different approach for how we fund the depreciation of those water assets. And this plan includes what you agreed in your deliberations around funding, making sure that we are fully funding that capital program for our water assets, those important assets for our city. But it is a change in approach from fully funding depreciation, because that would have had a material impact on the rates increase next year. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Stephen. Are there any questions? Looks like there are not. Oh, Councillor Calvert again.
Sorry, I have difficulty finding the reactions button, but anyway. Look, I just, at the last annual plan meeting, we agreed to give $50,000 for a feasibility study for circa and for them to work with officers. I've just seen an email from officers saying they need to keep 20,000 back to fund their part of the work. So I'm just really concerned that when we make a decision to give an organisation a certain amount of money, then it turns out that it's, I'm sure there's a saying for it, but that 50K now has turned into 30K.
Can you get to the question, Councillor?
Yeah, so if we make a decision to give a sum of money, should that not be upheld?
The action will be in accordance with the resolution. Stephen, perhaps you or Kim might want to respond.
I think the resolution didn't say that the money would be conduct the business case. I think you'll find that
so I believe understood that we were enabling 50K for circa to do the feasibility study, not to fund council. Otherwise, we could have put extra money in. So if that's the case, then I might need to look at an amendment to this annual plan. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes. The Mayor has told me very proudly that the rates have actually come in a whisker under 8%. But can you just give us a little bit of detail as to how that's averagely split across the residential sector and the commercial sector?
Deidre, my talking points have just disappeared off my screen. Can you talk to this? So the rates increase, I'll start with the bad news so Deidre doesn't have to give you that. The rates increase has landed bang on at 8 because we continue calculating growth right up until the very end, and the growth was a fraction lower than what we had forecasted it. And so it actually meant that the rates increase is bang on 8, sorry. It would be nice to have a 7 in the front. Deidre, do you want to talk about or Richard, the splits between the sectors?
Yes, sir. Happy to, Sarah. The split between commercial and base, they had different increases in terms of the rates and different increases in terms of growth. The net impact to commercial ratepayers on average for residential, it will be 8.9% increase happening there. But when you take it over in totality, it will be an 8% for the whole city.
And so just to be clear, that's based on the total value of rates. So excluding any impact of the revaluation, that's based on the total value of rates that we have calculated through the annual plan.
Okay, oh, that's clear. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, councillors? I would like to suggest that we take a 5-minute adjournment. I would like to resolve the issue as raised by Councillor Calvert, because that is also my understanding as chair of this committee, that a $50,000 allocation was to circa for that work to be done. So I would like to have a brief discussion with officers, and I'm hoping that amendment won't be necessary to ensure that funding is allocated as per our decision, councillors. So we will come back at 11:30. that the issue was resolved and the full $50,000 as per our decision will be granted to Circa. Thank you for raising that issue, Councillor Calvert. Mayor Foster, do you want to move this as well? You're talking to somebody else, but I'm talking to you.
Yes, I was sort of being distracted momentarily. Later on. Obviously, you already had the been developed. Beginning of the meeting when I was talking about the wrong paper shows the remark 12 months, and if you look at Waters investment, the work that's about to start in Taranaki Street with the rising main and pump station there. In the next couple of months, all of these things, debates were probably a thing that caused of the work that's been being done in the Te Kāinga program to house more people, the city housing decision that we've just made and the government support that we've been able to achieve. We made yesterday and the decisions we've got to make. And the huge amount of work that's gone into those. Hutt Road, Pōneke, the decisions that we've made there are all reflected in this. Work and pedestrian improvements, bike network, some challenges there, but some good work being done there as well. And then there's Ahotini, Civic Square, Town Hall, St James opening tonight, Takina, Waste, Sludge, Maori relationships. So there's a huge amount there, councillors, that I think you can be very proud of the work that's been done, that's reflected in the program, which is say over at the finances of the plan. Operating, and to get from the 9.1 down to 8, I was disappointed it wasn't 799 or 797 as it was. 0.1, that's really good given all the things that have been LTP last year, and given that inflation in the year to March 2021, which was the inflation rate we were working at on when we passed that LTP, was 1.5%. The inflation rate in March 2022, which is the one we're working on at the moment, is 6.9. So that is a huge difference, and yet we've actually pulled the rates number down, and I think that is real credit to our councillors' forbearance, but to management for the great work that's been being done to keep those numbers down. And we will have saved $32 million this year against the budget 3 years ago, and that's without any noticeable impact on services. So that is a really great effort. Final thing to say is just in terms of the differential, because there's been some interesting things said about the differential. The shift in the differential is not about getting the commercial sector to pay more. It's about keeping the proportions of the sectors the same as what they were. The reason for the shift is simply that the residential sector has gone up in value far more than the commercial sector has. And in fact, the numbers that have come out, and my internet connection has been, I'm told it's being unstable at the moment, so I missed a couple of words that were said. On average, 6.22%.
Oh, you're back. We missed you for a while there, Mayor Foster, so you might want to just go back.
Oh, I have no idea what you missed. This is this unstable But
you just referred, I think you had just referred to Councillor Calvert having her hand up and...
it all dropped out. Oh, you should have heard what I had to say.
We'll fill it in ourselves, but no, off you go again.
No, but what I was going to say is that the whole purpose of that differential shift was to keep proportions the same, rather than to get the commercial sector to pay more. And in actual fact, the way that it's worked out is the commercial sector's rate increase is lower than the residential sector. So the commercial sector net I see you frozen.
I think I was just not moving, Mayor Foster. I was listening.
Okay, right, okay. And so the last part that I was going to say there is that the CBD commercial sector, the valuations have apparently gone up by 28%. The suburban sector will pay proportionally more than of what's happened. The suburbs have actually done in the last year because of all the COVID restrictions. We all know that. And so in effect, what's happening is there is some level of relief that is reflected in the valuations. Hear what everybody else has got to say.
Thank you, and hopefully I don't freeze when I Anyway, look, there's a number of concerned in how it's come together. I raised issues that clear in our policy that there was no mention about the differential being based on proportionality. That might well have been how officers and some members had interpreted it to be, but there's nothing in the policy. And you can see clauses, the recommendations we have before us, 7 to 10. That's essentially there because we didn't go out and consult in changing the differential. And I note the mayor said that, well, you know, we've got to keep it all fair so they have the same rates increase as residential and keep the proportionality the same. But over the last few years at least, the number of commercial properties has decreased, has increased. So yet you want to maintain the proportionality. It just doesn't sound fair to me. Now, I know the Chamber, I know the Property Council raised issues with officers back in March, again, about we should formally consult on this change, which we never did. There was a little paragraph in the back of the consultation document. That does not suffice to be consultation. Hence why clauses, recommendations 7 to 10 are in there. So it's just unfortunate that when the issues were raised with officers back in March, that it wasn't acted upon, other than to dispute valid concerns and try to discredit those who are trying to raise valid concerns. So,
Councillor Calvert, you're coming very close there. I'm not having criticism of officers as part of this debate.
And I said, as others have criticised. The other thing I would like just to talk about is how we came to get this annual plan pulled together. Now, I remember having a conversation with the mayor, offering to sit down line by line with my colleagues to look at where we could actually make more savings. That hasn't been taken up on. We did leave it to the mayor and the chair to go away and find savings, further savings. But it seems that never really eventuated. And Mayor, you're congratulating yourself that we managed to have an average 8% increase. What you're not showing or telling is that the reason it's 8% and not 16% is we are not funding depreciation as we originally intended on our water asset, on our water infrastructure assets for renewals. There's no one to do the work. So if there had been people to do the work, revalued, this rates increase would have been around 16%. So the savings that you think we've achieved are not savings. So I think we all should be cognizant of that. So the 8% would have really been 16% if we'd funded the renewals. But we can't. And then there's even more money on top of that because of the with the evaluations. So you might be proud of this, but I'm not. And I think, again, we need to make sure that we are being more transparent in what the situation around our books are. So with that, I think that's pretty much. Again, I'll just touch on that, the circa matter. It's really disappointing to have had to raise that publicly and for circa to have been put in that position. In terms of we've given them, we've agreed a certain amount of money, and then again, officers come back and say, we're going to take 20K. I'm glad it's been resolved, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place. So yeah, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do about this annual plan or these recommendations, but I'll continue listening to the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak today, but here we are. I want to start by saying that I think staff have responded properly and excellently to all the concerns that Councillor Calvert has raised. Obviously, it's within all of our rights as councillors, if we have concerns about matters, to raise those through the proper channels. I would say that we have received legal opinions that have said that everything that we've have done in this budget is absolutely appropriate. It concerns me that Councillor Calvert continues to try and muddy the waters and confuse matters to make it appear as if something untoward is going on when that simply is not the case. I think it's unfortunate that she would want to do that to her colleagues, but I think it's even more unfortunate that our staff, particularly very senior staff, end up in that situation. I would say, as the Deputy Chair of Audit and Chair of our Audit and Risk Committee, who is with that in his view that we have, Councillor Calvert has just referred to, and that he has said that if he had any doubt about any of the matters directly, he is not a person who would have been afraid to do so. So I guess I just wanted to try and provide that reassurance to everybody sitting around the table. I think, I want Calvert, I understand the point that you were making. Three Waters is significant, but that doesn't diminish the enormous effort and professional expertise that has gone into delivering more than $30 million worth of savings while we're delivering the exact same services that we were 3 years ago, despite extraordinary levels of inflation and all the challenges of the pandemic. We're now delivering the same services to Wellingtonians as we were 3 years ago for more than $30 million less. That is extraordinary, and the staff should be very proud, and we should be very grateful. The issue around the depreciation of water is an enormously challenging one and a very complex issue. I think the reality is that this there was no good resolution to this issue to have had these revaluations come out at a very late period in time. We had legal advice that were we to actually fully fund that depreciation, that might not be appropriate because we hadn't consulted appropriately on that, and it was a material increase. I would also just like to note that in terms of questions around consultation and whether we've consulted appropriately, we've needed to. On all of these matters, including the commercial differential, we have consulted more than we were legally required to do so. And that is not actually a normal requirement to step in and make all of those points that I absolutely support Councillor Calvert in your view that this is not a budget that you support. That is your right to say that, and you are absolutely entitled to be disappointed in it and to wish that it was something else. But I did feel the need to just step in and provide some assurances around the process, and that actually this process has been appropriate. There has been significant legal advice. Our independent chair of the Audit and Risk Committee is comfortable. And yes, that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Hi, so you'll never get me talking in details about depreciation and things because I'd rather go to hell in a handbasket. But I would just say I don't support this budget. I am deeply concerned about the change in the rating differential. We have the highest rating differential in the country. And, you know, walking through Lambton Quay, through the Lambton ward, I am concerned at the number of empty shops, 57 empty shops in the Golden Mile, and they're still paying their mortgage and their rates and possibly mortgages. I think we should be looking after our business community. If their values have gone down, that should be reflected in their rates. I feel the Roman god Janus, we look both ways, or another way of putting it is talking out of both sides of our mouth at once. One moment we're talking about we need to look after the business community, and then the next thing we say, but we're going to increase the rating differential. So I'm very in the city's interest long term. And so rates would be even higher. But of course, I do think we have far too many capital projects. We boast of having business owners and being to pay their insurance bills. They're struggling to pay for a block of cheese. You know, the costs of living are incredibly high. And this is not a time when we should be beating the drum about how many things we're going to do. So, but what I'm starting now, I mean, some of these things reflect the general rates, which is another debate, but I will not be supporting this change in the rating differential.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to actually start by thanking the staff and thanking Mayor Foster for his leadership and the hard work that he's put into leading us over the last 3 years. I really do support this plan. We are living in very challenging times, but we've kept services going. We're really addressing some very big picture issues, such as our social housing, such as our water projects, such as shaping the city through Let's Get Welly Moving and through our district plan. I think that, in fact, we have been doing a lot of extremely good work and under very challenging circumstances. And to me, it's a little bit of a shame that people speak negatively about our work collectively, because, you know, we won't always agree with each other, but there's much to be proud of and to celebrate. I am comforted that the auditor has returned a report on our annual plan that says basically nothing in her opinion has changed, which doesn't mean it's all as good as it could be, because we know there are some matters of emphasis hanging over from our LTP. Unsurprisingly, there are some things that in the times that we're in are uncertain. But generally, I feel the city is on board with where we're trying to take it. And it's never easy to be making the really big picture changes that we need to make at this time. We're facing really unprecedented challenges with climate change, with our infrastructure, with social change. You know, there are really big picture things that we are addressing. I'm proud of the work we're doing. I'm proud of our staff, and I'm proud of our mayor, and I'm actually proud of all of you. So, you know, let's start celebrating some of the good stuff. It's never comfortable to have these kinds of rate rises, but they actually do need to be. For a long time, council, we haven't actually been asking people to pay this for the services that they're receiving. We've been coasting along on the infrastructure investments that were made decades and decades ago, and that's had to come to an end. So yes, it is going to be a little bit more expensive to live in the city, but do we want to live in a city that's fit for the 21st century, or do we just want to live in a city that's stalling and not going the places it needs to go, and then have future councils blaming us for not taking action in the way that I've heard some of you actually refer to, council of the last decade or so. So I'll certainly be voting for this, and again, my thanks to everyone who's been involved, including you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in a little bit here on behalf of everybody who submitted to us, and actually the really hard work that's been done to get to a relatively prudent place. I'm incredibly proud. In this last term, we've faced a COVID crisis. As we know, we're in a cost of living crisis. We've got a housing crisis, and we've also done up a really good COVID recovery pack and business stimulus package to get our CBD running again. So actually, I do think that we have made sacrifices in the right sort of place. But I'm also really proud that we are a council that hasn't made cuts to essential social services and amidst a really challenging time. I'm incredibly proud, and I do feel that in some circumstances, a change doesn't come for free. And we know as a city, and I think most of my residents, whenever I go out and chat to them, they go, oh, the pipes are broken, we've been through COVID, we've got this is really hard, this is really hard. But actually, I'm glad that council is investing rather than not. I'm proud that we have a budget that increases the amount of rates that we need, because that reflects the times that we are in. And I'd also just like to reflect on the fact that we need greater community input and resilience, and that sort of stuff doesn't come for free, but actually people are looking to council to not cut some of those essential things and actually make the hard decisions. And I'm really proud that we've been able to make some of those hard decisions. That's all.
Councillor Wolf.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Firstly, I just wish to make a little bit of a statement about circa. I would have been the 8th vote in favour of supporting circa when the amendment failed on a casting vote. I just wish that to be, I regret being ill and not being able to vote that way. And I hope that the council in the future is a little bit more sympathetic to circa. They're a very professional organisation that has asked for little in the So I just urge you to take that on board. It will be one of my big regrets on leaving council that I was absent ill that day. In regards to the annual plan, it's great that we've got to 8%. I think that's fantastic, but I also believe that in the future, not only should we be looking to cut our cloth in a way that the current situation as it would be demands, but also we should be looking for new revenue streams. And I believe that those revenue streams potentially are within council. I look at what could be done in the sale of encroachment land, for instance. We haven't had the capacity to be able to deliver a policy or a process in that area. And another little area that I think could derive some benefit and also some dollars, depending on how it was managed, is within the city archives. I really believe that there's some potential there. I'm sure that there are other areas as well. I am concerned about the rates differential and the effect that has had and will have on the commercial area. It's something that we need to look at in the future, and especially given the circumstances that we are in at the moment. I firmly believe that business and economic growth could have been fostered a lot more sympathetically, given that our business community has gone through a lot more downs than ups since 2016 when the earthquakes occurred. We depend on business to be able to fund Wellington, and I think that profit isn't such a bad word, and I think partnership is an even better word. So the relationships that we should be building with our partners, and especially in the business community, and especially I think within that tertiary area of the universities, we should be looking longer term to re-establishing some really good joint ventures. So I'm yeah, it doesn't give me comfort that the rates rises are what they are at this time, and I also feel very much for people that don't have that disposable income, like our elderly, our infirm, and people that have some other challenges that just they just don't have the discretionary spend. So that will be for future councils to consider, and that I hope they do. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will speak briefly now, and I just want to reassure you, Councillor Wolf, that there was nobody at that meeting who was unsympathetic to circa, and I hope that by using that kind of language, it doesn't kind of damage those relationships, because there was already, I think, a lack of understanding about that debate and what it meant, and there is an absolute conviction from this council to support circa and to get the work done that is needed. I also note, Councillor Young, in particular, to your comments about the inner city, and that really what we need to do to support our inner city is to allow more people to live there, and that when we do that, we will have the customs needed for those buildings. And the world is changing a little bit. We are not all working in the city every single day of the week in the way that we used to, and that is why it is so important that the city becomes an attractive destination, but also home to more people. And I guess I just wanted to briefly sort of touch on that kind of issue about where we've landed. And I think those councillors who have articulated the situation that we are in, where we both need urgently a great deal of investment in our city, and we are facing a cost of living crisis, and that struggling against that kind of but that tension between what we need to do and how to fund it in a way that is sustainable to everybody. And I do want to thank officers for all of the work that has gone into this plan, and and I do note that there was that motion to kind of cut things, and it was in the areas of Māori partnership and climate action, was rejected soundly by this council, and only 2 councillors supported it. So, we do need to accept that that is not the majority view of this council, and that therefore we are making decisions that do provide the investment that is needed, and we are not going to take a reactive kind of slash and burn approach. And I guess briefly want to say, I would like to thank councillors for what has actually been, from my perspective, a really collaborative process. And, it was my pleasure to work with many of you over the issues that you wanted to progress. And I think we were disciplined. We would all have, I think, things that we would like to do more of, but we all recognised that now was not the right time with all of these big problems that we have to face. And I think that what we have come up with is a really good balanced approach that, and that most of the spending really is focused on these big capital projects. And, you know, I'd love to hear, well, I don't want to hear actually, but, you know, sometime I'd love to hear, Councillor Young, which ones you would cut, but not now. Because, you know, many of these, you know, when we're looking at things like the Central Library, the Town Hall, you know, water infrastructure, you know, these are the kind of, you know, obligations that we're fulfilling to our community and are also essential to the, you know, rebirth of the inner city. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very, very quickly, I guess fiscal prudence is a hallmark of good governance, but it needs to, we need to be able to address the needs of the city, and very, very complimentary of Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Matthews' debate here today, because those who call for fiscal prudence need to actually propose an alternative. And as you say, Councillor Matthews, what part of the capital budget would you cut? We know that capital is funded by debt, not by revenue anyway. We've got 3 waters reform coming, so that puts a lot of the capital spend into a bit of uncertainty anyway, and we'll move a lot of these issues into you know, water service entity C. So I think we then come down to what do businesses want, what do residents want. There's that balance. And of course, we need to strike it, and not everyone's going to be happy, to use Grant Robinson's word from yesterday. It's a very well-balanced budget for the future, we think, and it won't please everybody, but it pleases most, I think. I think we should just get on board with it, support the mayor and vote for it.
Thank you. And now, Mayor Foster, right of reply.
Thank you. I'll reply to everything that I was able to hear. There were a couple of bits which dropped out, so I'll do my best there, and hopefully this will be won't drop out during the right reply. But first of all, thank you to most of you for the comments that you made, and I think recognising the investment that needs to be made in our city. I think if I started from Councillor Rush, I think we do have to reflect on what has driven this budget, and what's driven this budget is COVID, increased inflation, increased interest rates, and a capital program. So that if you don't want to do this, you can't do anything about COVID, you can't do anything about the interest rates, you can't do anything about the inflation. So you've got to do something about something somewhere, which means you either got to start hacking into services or hacking into the capital plan. And of course, most of that capital plan is set. Some of it's been set by us in the last year, some the year before, some goes back to even previous councils with some of those longer term projects. Councillor Calvert, you said that we should have formally consulted on a few lines there, but I think that the commercial sector was made well aware of the change in the differential. Now, whether that was properly represented or not is a completely different matter. And that, of course, caused a significant amount of grief. And I think anybody who was involved in that representation should be having a very, very good look in the mirror, because that was profoundly unhelpful. You also mentioned the issue around water. And I guess if that 80% increase, which was a staggering amount, 80% increase in the valuation of the water network actually truly represents the cost of delivery, I have deep concerns for the whole 3 waters. Whether it goes ahead or doesn't go ahead, I mean, that kind of cost of delivery will be staggeringly hard for anyone to be able to afford. But I think if that was going to be represented in our budget, then I think we would have had to interrogate that very, very closely. And of course, as Councillor Condi said, that came very late in the piece. Were we to have incorporated that, we'd have had to go out, the advice we had is we'd have had to go out and consult again. Now, if that's, Councillor Calvert, what you're suggesting, that meant we'd have missed every deadline, and that would have caused real problems. We were given the advice that this was a perfectly appropriate way to deal with it. And I'd also might say that in terms of savings, every one of us has been reasonably disciplined, probably, not gone and pushed things, but we have all had our pet projects, and Councillor Calvert, so have you. And I think you need to have a good look at that as well, because I don't think you can lecture to the rest of the council when you've also done the same thing and said, look, what do I want? And you've pushed those things, and fair enough. But we have all played a role in that. Councillor Condi, thank you very much for the comments that you made and the supportive comments there. I think I've kind of covered those issues, but we certainly would have had to reconsult as you implied. And I think other councillors, just thank you for the comments that you made. I think you have reflected that we do need to keep investing in our city. It is a challenging time to do so, but I would just finish off by saying that if you go back to the 2018 LTP, we were scheduling, I think it was around a 7% increase before growth. I think it was about a 6% increase after growth this year. And that was with inflation running at the level that it was then, not the level that it's running now, not the level that interest rates are running now, not with COVID, and not with a significant number of capital projects, which have certainly added significantly to the cost. So I think you put all those things together to get a result which is at 8% is actually pretty impressive. It's very impressive. And if you think about it, in most years, inflation, let's say inflation was running at 2%, and the council would have tried to get a 3 or 3 and a bit percent. With inflation running essentially at 7% as of May, 6.9, we're still only 1% above that, and for all the extra services that are being delivered and all the extra capital program that's being delivered. That's actually, it's an ouchy sort of number, but so is that 7% inflation rate, and it's in that context. So, councillors, I know I'm not going to persuade Councillor Calvert and Councillor Young, but I hope that it will have a resounding majority going through, because I think voting against it, of course, means that effectively you're saying you don't want any of these things in here. And I think that would have meant a lot more work, councillors, that should have been done, a lot more amendments. At least when I voted against an LTP a few years ago, it was having had it put up about probably 30 odd amendments and have most of them shot down. You guys haven't done that, and that's what you needed to do. So I will leave it there, Chair, and look forward to the vote.
Thank you. Is there anything anybody wants to take separately?
Yes, please. Can I take? Can we take 7 to 11 separately, please? I don't mind them being taken as a group.
Okay. Is there anything else, Councillor Young? You're on mute. Councillor Young, you're on mute.
I would like to take 6, 7, 10 and 12 separately, please.
Okay. And do you want to take them separately or as a group? Separately.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to take 6, 7, 10 and 12 as a group, perfectly happy. Sooner we get meetings over, the happier I am, just like you, Councillor Matthews.
we have at least one thing in common, Councillor Young, as well as a love of books. All right, okay, so Heidi, so shall we do 1 through 5? And I just want to, while we're getting ready to vote, I just want to, as I didn't have an opportunity or I forgot to, I just want to acknowledge the Mayor. It's been great to work with you on this, Andy, and appreciate the constructive way that we don't always agree on everything again, but it's a pleasure. All right, we're ready to vote. We're voting 1 to 5.
So for clauses 1 through 5, that's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
All right. So can we do 6,
maybe
7?
If we do 6 and 7 together, and then maybe 8 and 9 together, 10 and 12 together, 11 and 13 and 14 together.
Right, let's go in that order, and you talk us through that. Heidi.
Okay, voting on 6 and 7.
Can we take those separately, please? 6 and 7 separately.
Okay, so
because they're completely different aspects of the plan.
Okay, so we'll take the vote on 6.
So for clause 6, that is 13 votes in favour, 1 against, the 1 against being Councillor Young.
7.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor O'Neill. So for clause 7, there is 11 votes in favour, 3 against. The 3 against Councillors Calvert, Young and Wolf.
Taken separately, can we do 8, 9 and 10 together?
No, because I want...
No, I think you can do 8, 9 together.
8, 9. Let's do 8 and 9.
Clauses 8 and 9, 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
And 10?
Clause 10, 11 votes in favour, 3 against. The 3 against Councillors Calvert, Young and Wolf.
Okay, and we'll do 11 now.
I'm trying to vote, but I can't seem to. I mean, you can mark me down. I'm voting a no for that, for number 12.
So this is a vote on 11.
11. Ah, okay. Yep, I'll vote yes. Sorry.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Okay, so nobody requested. Did you want this one taken separately, Councillor Calvert? I thought we were. I thought we were on to the everything we can take together now.
If that's what everyone else agreed, then fine.
No, I thought we agreed we'd take number 12 separately.
Oh, okay, 12 separately, and then we'll do the rest.
You'll have to record me as a no. It's not working.
So for clause 12, that is 12 votes in favour, 2 against. The 2 against Councillors Calvert and Young.
All right, and then the rest, we might need to scroll down.
You just have to tick. You can show me as a tick.
So for clauses 13 and 14, that's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you, Heidi. We'll move on very quickly to actions tracking. Does any officer like to talk?
No, I'll take it as read, Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. And any councillor wish to talk? No, unusual. All right. Can I have a seconder and we'll do it? Councillor Condi. Let's vote.
Sorry, can we just have it up on screen? Thank you.
It's just the actions tracking.
Oh, fine.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
All right. Well, I think we are now at the end of this meeting, and I won't. And so I declare the meeting closed and pass back over to the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews, and can I also just say thank you for your chairing of the Annual Plan Long-Term Committee. I think you've done a great job with it, and I really appreciate it. The meeting's been run really well, and you've kept us in line very well, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Councillors, I'm looking at the time at 12:15. It probably seems a sensible time to take the lunch break. And people happy with half an hour? Okay, we'll do that. Now, can I just ask before we do that, I was having difficulty hearing some things, and you obviously were having difficulty hearing me at some points as well. Was anybody else having difficulty? I think Councillor Calvert, you clearly were having some difficulty as well with the internet being unstable. So
the internet was fine. It's just I couldn't do the buttons. That was my problem.
Was anybody else? Because otherwise, what I'll do is I'll just get set up on a different machine and do that over the lunchtime. Everyone else is good? No, Councillor. So maybe it's only the people who are actually in council who are having difficulty. Right. Okay. Look, at least if we take that half hour, then we've got a chance to try and solve those problems as well. Okay. We'll see you back at we'll make it 12:50. councillors, we'll get underway with the council meeting. Now, just to go through the order in which I'm going to do this, first of all, we're going to do the LTP amendment, and we're going to do that because we've got Karen online somewhere who's going to do the audit opinion as part of that. So we'll get that one out of the way first. Then we'll go and we'll do the Finance and Performance Committee, so the CCO funding. Yep, we've got that there. I think we're all in the right order. So if you can see that, I think that is exactly how we landed everything. Yep, good, okay. So if people can just look at the screen, they can see the order in which we're going to do things. Okay, well, I'm going to, I don't think we need any questions on the LTP, which is where I'm going to start. And so I'm simply going to move that. We've had the debate. So I'm moving. Councillor Matthews, do you wish to second? Cool. Right. Now what I'm going to do, Karen, is to pass over to you for your comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased to report that we've completed our audit of the amendment on social housing in Southern Landfill. We have confirmed our previous opinion issued on 30th of June 2021 on the long-term plan. I am pleased to issue our audit report on the amendment to the long-term plan. Before I do that, I'd like to, I shall ask if anyone's got any questions of me first.
I was going to do that. So are there any questions?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Is this just on the, annual plan or the LTP amendment?
Karen, do you want to explain the process there?
Yes. Councillor, this is just on the LTP amendment. We do not provide an opinion on the annual plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think, Karen, it would be fair to say that had we not done the LTP amendments, we would not actually have been required to consult on the annual plan.
I guess you do consult on the annual plan in the normal way. We just we're not required to attest or provide an audit opinion on it.
Okay. Cool. Any other questions for Karen? No, I don't see any. So, Karen, that means I can sign the copy of the document that I have here, the letter of representation?
Yes, Your Worship, please do that.
I'll do that. I better go and grab it from the desk. See, I've moved locations. And obviously we will get the Chief Executive to sign it when she's back in.
Okay, that sounds good.
Cool. Okay, right. Done. Karen, thank you very much. So, councillors, is there any debate on the LTP amendments? I see none. Then I will put the resolutions. Do you take them all as one? I don't see anybody not wanting to take them as one, so if you can vote, please.
Sorry, and we've got committee reports up on the screen for voting, but we're actually doing the amendment, right?
It is the LTP amendments that we're adopting.
Okay.
So what you voted
from today's committee meeting.
Yeah, what you voted for today earlier.
Sorry, I'm just juggling screens and paper. Well, no paper actually.
And now I'm using this screen. I've only got one screen in front of me rather than three, which was quite good.
Andy, just quickly, I don't be a pain about voting, so I'm just voting for everything, even if I don't agree with it. Thanks.
Thank you for your pragmatism.
We're just waiting on a vote from Councillor O'Neill. And to be clear, the recommendation is one clause, adopt the 2021-31 LTP amendment, city housing. The other recommendations that were approved in the annual plan committee meeting this morning were not recommendations to council. This is the only clause that was a recommendation to council.
Actually, sorry, Hayley, can I be a pain and change my vote then if that's the only one? Sorry.
It's the only one, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't get that, so sorry. I will change my vote.
And look, just because we're doing that online, can I just make sure we don't have to do anything with the landfill one then?
This is the only clause that was agreed at committee that was a recommendation.
Karen, you still online? Just make sure that's okay from your perspective.
I'm still online. There were no changes to the long-term plan arising from the landfill decision.
Of course, that's special consultation because it would have been a change for level of service. Yep. Okay.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Cool. Okay. Good. So we've got everybody voting.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor O'Neill.
Just tell me when we've got them. I can only see 9 councillors on screen at the moment, Adi.
It might be that Councillor O'Neill has stepped away from their computer. So in that case, 12 votes in favour, 1 vote against, the 1 against being Councillor Pan.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Right. That takes us to the next item, which is the Finance and Performance Committee of the 19th of May recommendation around CCO COVID funding support. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I know the meeting was a few weeks ago, but this is about making sure that we provided sufficient funding, mainly for the Experience Wellington, which has City Gallery, the Wellington Museum, Space Place amongst its activities, plus the cable car as well. Obviously, they've been hit quite significantly by COVID and visitors to the city. And this is to provide them with the necessary support. On a very pleasant note, is we know that our visitors are coming back to our city, and the level of support that they'll need going forward, at least for the next 12 months, won't be nearly as much as what we've had to provide over the last year or two. And they are in good heart, and they are very grateful of the support that City Council is showing them, because they are a long-term attraction for our city. So I look forward to everyone's support on this. Excuse me.
Thanks, Councillor Calvert. Seconded by, I probably want to get somebody else other than you, Councillor Foon, to second it, just because of your role. Councillor Condi, thank you. Do you wish to say anything? Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Foon, was that a hand waved up and a yes or to speak? Okay, away you go.
Apologies, juggling computer technology.
Understandable.
I just wanted to endorse what Councillor Calvert had opened with, but also add Wellington Zoo into that list of CCO support. And I know that that was a very hard place for Wellington Zoo to be in, because they pride themselves on sustainability of all kinds, particularly financial, but it's just also a situation through visitor numbers that has led to that situation as well. Thank you.
Anyone else, councillors? Look, I just did want to say something. I think this is an illustration. It's only one of a number of illustrations that there have been through the COVID period of us standing behind and standing alongside our CCOs. And showing that we value them and that they are valued by our city. And what has been really fantastic is, Councillor Calvert, thank you for the comments there, that you're seeing Experience Wellington in good heart. I think our CCOs overall, even though it's been a very, very trying time, for some of them, they haven't had any business at all for extended periods of time. I think of the stadium, for example, and the cable car being at, I think it's less than half of its normal patronage. But the way in which the CCOs are working together, the way in which the CCOs are working with us as a council has come on in leaps and bounds. And I think the feedback that we get consistently, certainly I get when I meet with them on a regular basis, is that they are in a very, very good space. And I think that's something that collectively we can be really proud of. That session that we had a month or two back on our SOIs, I thought was extraordinary demonstration of that family of CCOs. And the collaboration between them and with us. And I think Anna and her team have added enormously to that relationship. So I already wanted to say thank you to her, whether she's online or not. But I think all of these things, I think, stand us in very, very good stead. And the CCOs will be part of the creation of the next long-term plan, rather than essentially coming in at the tail end of it. So I think really good stuff. I will pass back to you, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. No, just endorse all the other further comments, and just a big call out to our CCOs, and just to keep in there. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Thank you. Well, look, we'll vote then.
Voting on votes from Councillor Foon and Councillor Young. That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you, Hayley. Okay, that takes us on to the annual plan report from the annual plan committee, 1st of June, on the town hall, which of course there are some bits of that which are part of the annual plan, which is why we're doing that one before we do the annual plan, which will then come next. So I think, Councillor Matthews, I moved this at the time, didn't I? So I will move it again. We've obviously had the big debate on that. But the one comment I did want to make is that there's been a number of comments about the blowout, is the word that's been used around the town hall. Clearly, it's a much more expensive project than initially we wanted. But think back that the budget was set, or the cost was set in February 2019 at 112 million plus contingency, which of course at that stage we hadn't exposed to the wider community, which took us to 145. There was some thought that it would be 155 if we'd gone for a higher level of contingency. Now, obviously, since then we all know that all kinds of things have happened with the economic conditions, the building, the construction industry, COVID, and all of the impacts that's had on construction. And that's why we find ourselves with the 182, which we've got today. So clearly there were things which I think were outside any possible contingency that could have been thought of back in February 2019 when we hadn't even heard of a thing called COVID. So I thought it's worth explaining that. And the 112 plus contingency is the first time we actually had a tendered price for the project. So the thoughts that when people hark back to some numbers around the 40 million, 50 million, 60 million, that was before we really had a project or we had somebody who was actually able to deliver that project. So the comparison really is the 145 with 182, not some number like 40 odd million. So I'm moving. Councillor Matthews, did you want a second? Or thank you. Did you wish to speak? No? Anybody else wish to speak?
Councillor Pennant, if you want to second, you can.
Do you want a second?
That's very generous of you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to say anything, Councillor Pennant? No. Okay. Cool. Councillor Young.
So could I ask a question?
Well, I will try and deal with it in right reply.
Okay, well, I'm just curious because in the paper and at the debate last week, Councillor O'Neill quoted that the town hall was costing 400 million. I'm just wondering whether she's privy to information that we don't have.
There was a hyperbole, Councillor Young. My apologies.
Well, it's a pity because it's quoted in the paper.
The paper's corrected that.
Councillor Young, thank you for raising that because that was the one piece of my Kaunihera that I was going to actually mention is that it is not $400 million. So perhaps Councillor O'Neill, it's one of those things that maybe we are a little careful about what we say and numbers actually matter to get them reasonably accurate. Okay, I don't see anybody else. So councillors, if you can vote, please.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you, Hayley. And that takes us to item 3.3.1, the annual plan. Councillor Matthews, it's come from your committee, so did you want to move it?
I will move it and I am happy to not speak.
I will second it and I'm happy to not speak. Does anybody else wish to speak? I see nobody. So if we can put the resolutions up, Hayley, so that we can vote on them. Okay, councillors, that's what we've got in front of us. So does anybody want to take anything separately? Otherwise, I don't see that. Okay, let's vote, please.
That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, councillors. Okay, that takes us to the rates paper. Can you pop that up online, please, Hayley? Right. Let's see if we can make it bigger. Now, because we haven't had that paper, I will ask officers to speak to it first.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Richard Marshall, our Manager of Financial Policy and Planning, to talk to this rates paper.
Thank you, Richard.
Yes, I'm not sure if you can see me at the moment. Hopefully you can hear me.
More than one device open in your room, so if you can get it down to one, that would be good.
No device. Just oh, there we go. All right. Hopefully you can hear me okay now. Look, the setting of rates is a requirement of the Local Government Act. It also enables the council. You've just adopted the annual plan. This is more technical type paper where it lets us enact or gives us the ability to now go out and collect the rates. As mentioned at the annual plan LTP committee meeting, that there was a citywide revaluation undertaken on the 1st of September that revalued all properties within the city, and that's a statutory requirement. This paper sets out the rates in the dollar for all rating categories, the due dates and the penalty dates. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions for Richard? I see none. Okay, well, that's obviously very, very clear, and people understand that this is the consequence, effectively, of the annual plan decisions. Okay, well, I'm happy to move that. Councillor Matthews, did you want a second again? Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not going to say anything at the speaking, but Councillor Matthews, did you wish to say anything? Is anybody else wish to say anything? Councillor Calvert and Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you. And I will support these because that's obviously something we need to do. We need to have a budget and we need to have it allocated. Not that I agree how everything is allocated, and this comes back to the rating differential. But I would just like to draw my colleagues' attention to clause E and F, which and E, the targeted rate for the commercial sector, which is on top of the general rate, which is what we have been talking about in terms of the rating differential. Now, it's quite clear in the rating policy that the commercial sector, the targeted rate for the commercial sector is based on proportionality. It specifically stated that. So this is why I've never disputed this one, because it's very clear in the policy. However, the general rate, it's very clear it was just based on a ratio and wasn't based on proportionality. So I would just like to draw my colleagues' attention to that when they come to look at the rating policy in more detail in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cowell. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, I didn't speak on the annual plan and the annual plan committee, so I did just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge again Councillor Matthews for your chairing of this process. I don't think I've seen such responsive chairing in my time on council. Sometimes submitters were getting real-time feedback and responses and changes to what they raised, and I think that is a really flexible and pragmatic way to operate and shows that local government can be nimble with a good chair. But I did just want to comment on the rates increase because it is a very high rates increase. And I don't increase rates by this much lightly. But I've been convinced it's necessary in order to fix our pipes, to strengthen our buildings, and to prepare for the future. From my perspective, it would be populist and easy to vote against this, but it would be irresponsible to do so. I also just wanted to briefly comment on the huge amount of work that officers and the Mayor and Councillor Matthews have done through this process to get us here today. And it does make me question really whether there is too much cynicism towards local government in the Local Government Act. The nature of the compliance exercise every single year seems a heavy burden from my perspective. And I'm hoping that the local government reforms will look into this point because we spend a lot of time going through compliance exercises where we could be focusing on delivering services and on our annual plan. Thanks.
Anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay. Councillor Matthews? No? All good? But I would like to say, Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you very much for your generous comments and the thoughts around local government and the relationship with legislation and compliance. I think are well made. Okay, let's vote.
Waiting on a vote from Councillor Young.
Sorry, what am I saying? Are we voting on everything in one go, in one hit?
Nobody asked for anything separate. Did you want something separate?
Yeah, I just need to see the paper. So it's 2E, please.
Okay, councillors, can we take this? Oh, sorry. Go on, Councillor Calvert.
I just wonder whether Councillor Young, you might be really referring to 2A, which is the general rate differential.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it was because that's just the targeted rate. Yes, it was 2A. I got myself muddled between the two.
That makes
2A.
Okay. Okay, could we vote again, councillors? We'll take 2A first. We'll take the A part of it first, and then we'll do the rest.
Voting on clause 2A, 13 votes in favour, 1 against. The 1 against, Councillor Young.
Thank you. Okay, and the rest.
Voting on remaining clauses, 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Okay, Hayley, which order do we put them in next? I had the Reserves Act, Duncan Park and Play Area. If you can pop that up online, that would be great. Thank you. And then we'll do the two regs ones as well, and then we'll do the sludge paper last. Okay. Officer, want to explain this? The reason this one's council rather than regs is simply a timing issue.
That's right. Well, kia ora, Mayor and councillors. This is a relatively straightforward transactional paper requesting approval to grant stormwater and wastewater easements pursuant to Section 48 of the Reserves Act 1977. And as the Mayor has said, this would normally be sent through to the Pūroro Rangaranga Committee, but because they have the delegated authority, but because the developer's looking to commence construction reasonably soon, we brought it through here to council. The attachment 1 presents the location plan, which is at 324 to 326 Main Road Tower, and the attachments or attachment 2 shows the proposed services plan. So I'll ask that the paper be taken as read, and Kate Brown, our reserves planner, is available to respond to any technical questions you may have.
Councillors, are there any questions? I can't see everybody online at the moment, so I don't see any. So who would like to move this? Santawa, Councillor Day, would you like to move it?
I would love to move it, thank you. So yeah, I was approached by the resident here who is wanting to do some development on their section, and things had got a bit complicated, and they were getting in touch to see how they could make it work, and being aware that it was one that would be referred to the committee that I chair. which of course they would have had to wait till August, and that's quite hard when you've got builders, which are, you know, quite rare at the moment to have them available to do your work. You don't really want to hold them off. So I do thank the Mayor for allowing this to go on the agenda today so that they could get that done. And I do particularly want to do a big thank you to Kate from PSR, who went above and beyond to make sure that this would be able to get to committee in time so that they could proceed with their development on this site. And so, yeah, I do want to acknowledge that, because I think Kate even put in a little bit of time on a day off to make sure that that they got the information they needed at some point. Not that we expect our staff to do that, but I think it's important to acknowledge when people do. So very happy to recommend this paper, and maybe Councillor Condi could second it.
Cool. Councillor Condi, did you wish to speak? Anybody else? No, good. Can I just say, Councillor Day, that's a very, very nice introduction, and I think it shows well done to you, but well done to Kate, and I think it shows the council moving with speed and with agility to be able to respond to a resident's need, and that's great. So, okay, let's vote.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Great, okay, thank you. That takes us to the two regulatory papers. Excuse me. Who's going to move those? Well, they come straight from Regs. So, Councillor Wolf, are you going to move those?
Yes, I'll move. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to move them both together?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Do you want a second? Thank you. Right, any debate? I see none. Okay, well, let's put them all as one.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, and that takes us to the last paper, but a very important paper on the sludge minimisation facility business case. So over to staff. Siobhan, I can see you there. Would you like to introduce?
Yep, I'll introduce this. Thank you, Your Worship. So we provided a presentation on this last week. I have the team here to answer questions. Basically, the paper in front of you is a business case which confirms the preferred option as a licensed digestion and thermal drying plant located at Moa Point. This technology, whilst new to New Zealand, is commonly used overseas to produce a grade A biosolid, which can be reused and contribute to our collective aspirations for a circular economy. It's useful to point out that the do-nothing option, which is our base case, or as close to a do-nothing option as possible, means that we would need to dispose of untreated sludge to the nearest commercial landfill, which in this instance, given our consent limitations by the time of 2026, would be Bonnie Glen near Martin. Preferred option was selected from over 25 options, underwent rigorous analysis to come up with the preferred option. In terms of project progress, we've just finished the preliminary design for this option. We're about to bring a main contractor in to assess that design and provide us advice on constructability and also any value engineering options. So this is with a view to coming back to you in December with a proposal for funding of the project. And as we've covered before, we are working very, very closely with Crown Infrastructure Partners who are very constructive in this space to ensure that we can fund this project via the infrastructure funding and financing tool. This will see us on track to financial close early next year. We're also on track to lodge the resource consents for this facility in July. So I have all of the team online: Chris French, our technical director, Hamish Nicholson, our project director, and Heath George, our commercial director. So happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Siobhan. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Young and Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. One is, there was an indicative levy of 162.53 for a $1 million house. So if it's a $2 million house, for example, is that doubled? Or I mean, how does that I don't know how it goes, because actually there are a lot of houses in Wellington that are over $1 million.
Heath, are you able to answer that one?
I'm sorry?
Yes. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillor Young, yes, the answer to your question is it would be precisely double that amount. I'd just ask you to realise that that is indicative at the moment, and we're working through a process of defining those levy rates, and they will come back to you in December for further assessment and approval.
But can you just give me a clue? Are you thinking of that would be for a $2 million house, it would be double, or a $3 million house trebled?
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And the other thing is there's no mention of how long this levy will continue. Is it a one-year levy, or is it 100 years?
The business case does go into, we are considering a 30-year period at this point in time. Our analysis with CIP is based on 30 years, but we are testing whether or not other timeframes are more appropriate and more optimal for ratepayers. That too will also come back to you in December for consideration.
Okay, then another one is there's an assumption of growth in people's incomes, but of course a lot of people when they retire have a drop in income. So why is there an assumption that everyone's income is going to be increasing?
The assumption is about an average, and of course averages fail us when it comes to very specific scenarios. At this stage, all we can deal with at this point in time is an average and the average impact on ratepayers. As we get down to specifics, there will always be people who are in slightly better off and worse off than an average.
So I just wondered whether that should be clear, because it just seems to me that's a rather insensitive statement. And I'm all about sensitivity. You need to know that. That's my core value.
I applaud that as a value, Councillor Young, and yes, we can be more sensitive and accurate with regards to that when we come back to you in December with the funding proposal.
Thank you. Then the other thing is, I know you looked at various kind of models, whether you should do it per number of lavatories and all that kind of thing, but it just does seem to be that, you know, I'm worried about our commercial sector. I feel this is really another increase in rates for them. And, you know, it's a common theme I have all the time, by the way. It's a recorded message from my voice box. But I'm just concerned about the commercial sector because they are taking a hell of a whack on this.
We are working constructively with the commercial sector, engaging with the Chamber of Commerce and NZ Property Council specifically on that issue. We are also using CIP and CIP's reach to get some work done specifically on how we would deal with the split between residential and commercial work. That work is underway at the moment, so I don't want to premise the outcome of it, but that should provide more transparency of how we're approaching this for the levy, and once again back to you in December in that regard.
Heath, can I just add to Councillor Young that the counterfactual of the levy is that depreciation of the new asset, if we were to borrow that money ourselves on our own balance sheet, would be funded through ratepayers in the current water targeted rate method that we have. But we have that resolution on the books from the last annual plan long-term plan committee that we will be looking at our rating policy to see whether the way that we apportion those costs is still appropriate. So that will be included. The way we look at the beneficiaries for this will help inform that piece of work as well.
Good, thank you. Those are all my questions. Apart from, I do appreciate, this is not a question, but I do appreciate, this is a core function of council. It's really important and it's a huge project. So thank you for all the work.
Thank you, Councillor Young, and I must admit I admire, Heath, your diplomacy in the answers. Councillor Calvert.
I think that most of mine have been answered by officers in response to Councillor Young's question. So just to clarify, in November you'll come back to us with the proposed funding arrangements, funding split for commercial residential ratepayers. Is that all part of that package?
In December, yes.
December, did you say?
Yes, December.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn.
Kia ora, and do excuse me if my wiring isn't working properly today. but I've got a few questions. So one of them was just recognising there's quite a lot to manage in the transition, including the landfill extension timing and the building and what has to happen through this process. How confident are you and what processes do we have in place so that we can really keep an eye on how this is tracking and lining up?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foon. So our current programme has us able to deliver this before June 2026, and that has some float built into it to allow for any delays. The way we will report on this is via our priority investment reports that go up to Infrastructure Committee every quarter. So this is one of our priority projects, so you'll see progress against our baseline schedule, as well as progress against budget, etc. So that'll be reported regularly. And then once we get closer, if there is a risk. So the question was, how confident are we? And at this point, I'm very confident that we can meet that time frame.
Thank you. I'll be looking out for the green section on this. Also the resource consent. Like, can you confirm that are we applying for a resource consent to continue putting the existing form of sludge into the landfill, into the new landfill?
Sorry. Yes, sorry, I was muted. So what we're planning to do as part of the new landfill extension consent is to ask that we can dispose of untreated sludge in emergency situations only. So again, that's just as a fail-safe backstop option should we require it. I don't know if you want to make any comment there, Chris, about our probability of requiring that.
No, we are doing a global review of the redundancy requirements to ensure that we would only require that provision in a real emergency event, and that's formed our thinking. The consent for the landfill will also cover the disposal of grade A biosolids into the landfill should we need that if we can't divert immediately all or some of the treated sludge we produce from the plant. I am actively working with the landfill consenting team on coordinating our activities together, Councillor Foon.
Thank you. So just to clarify, that means if we can't meet the time frame to have the new sludge minimisation facility up and running, and we do have to use the new piggyback option, that is one of the options you're consenting.
That is one of the options that we'll consider, yes. And as we get closer to the time and we understand where we are in the program, that'll be something we consider. Obviously, our preference and our commitment is to build this thing before June 2026 so that we don't have to even go there.
Thank you. If I'm around, I'll be keeping an eye on it.
Yep.
Just capacity per population. So just an understanding of what the lifespan is of this facility and how will that meet the population demands that we're putting up in the district plan? Like, how compatible are these in terms of lifespan?
I can answer that, Chris, probably.
Sure, no problem.
So that design life is for around 75 to 80,000 additional people. So it aligns with the forecast that we use in our district plan. Also, let's get one into moving. So on the current forecasts, noting how good population forecasts are or otherwise, at the moment it's looking around 30-year life, at which point once that capacity is reached, that's the ultimate capacity of the wastewater treatment plant as well. So it would then make sense to look at some alternative for any additional plant that we want. Or by that point, we may be able to upgrade the existing plant, but that's what the plant's been designed for at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the answers, appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Finn. Councillor Rush.
Siobhan, when do you expect the first invoice to ratepayers for the levy to be issued? Would it be 2026 when it's operational or in advance?
I might pass that one to Heath about that timing.
Thanks, Siobhan. Councillor Rush, we are working through the model at the moment for the levy. There are a number of options under consideration, one of which is a slow ramp up of the levy from an earlier time, and another is a start in 2026. Those options will be brought back to you in December. Our focus is on finding the optimal result for ratepayers, and that largely focuses on the TOTEX cost of the levy model over time.
Okay, I do love your optimism that you're going to bring it back to me. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, team, for all your hard work on this important project. I guess I just wanted some assurance that we're really doing the best thing for the environment with this project, and it is sort of best practice in terms of what we can do. That was a very long and detailed case, but yeah, that's just the assurance I'm looking for.
Chris, do you want to answer that in relation to other options that we've considered?
Yes, absolutely. So environmental factors and outcomes and alignment to mana whenua values, which were strongly based on environmental outcomes, were assessed as part of the multi-criteria assessment and then later in the business case. And we undertook a lot of sensitivity analysis where if we brought environmental factors and mana whenua values to the fore and for a moment didn't think about cost, then we continue to get the same answer. So what that did was gave us a lot of confidence that we were on the right track. In addition to that, I've just recently returned from a trip overseas, and one of the reasons I undertook that trip was to just be 120% sure that we were doing the right thing based on countries that are well ahead of us in terms of environmental outcomes from biosolids management. And I came back utterly convinced that the production of grade A biosolids in this way and the reuse of biogas potential that we will get from this plant was the right thing for us to be doing.
Okay, Councillor Thune, you're back again.
I could keep going all day on this one.
Please, no, please don't.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Can I just be reminded of when we stopped piping our sewage out to the Cook Straits and put in the Mount Albert pipeline, please?
1998.
Was that the mayor?
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Look, that's everybody. I will pass then to Councillor Rush to move the paper.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I am absolutely thrilled and abuzz today that finally sewage is being celebrated in a way that it's never been done before here in Wellington. Pipes and sewage are my thing. When I was thinking about standing for council, I only had one real thing in mind, really, and that was wanting to bring some rigour to decision making and maybe a little bit of common sense. I'm absolutely thrilled with how our officers have responded. We met in November 2021, team, and if you recall right then I said, we don't really have much choice here, guys. We need to move ahead. My item of consolation is that everybody will benefit from this, not just residents, children, and also, of course, those who visit here either for work or for other reasons. So today we're moving a paper to move forward to the next phase of a brilliant infrastructure project that's future focused for our city, needed by all. And some of the great things about this are the environmental aspects. Councillor Pannett, you were kind enough once upon a time to refer to me as the greenest councillor on council. And you did. And I'm thrilled that this project has enabled us to adopt the latest technology to bring in emissions reductions and also to further our circular economy ambitions, because the byproduct of this is being used in other parts of the world to displace petrochemical feedstocks into fertiliser. And that's where our ambition, I know officers are looking at that as part of the next phase as well. We will also bring resilience. We're just talking about those nasty pipes going from Mount Albert to the landfill. across a shatter zone is just an accident waiting to happen. We got away pretty lightly, I think, actually, with the bust that happened and the brilliant work of those German engineers and Wellington Water who managed to fix it in the middle of a pandemic. But nevertheless, it's a risk, it's an ongoing risk, and we need to mitigate that risk by shutting down the use of those as fast as we can. I don't have much more to say. I guess, we will all be shuffling out the store in October, and some of us will come back and others may not. Some may not willingly, and others not of their own choosing. But nevertheless, this is a project that we can all be proud of for the future of Wellington. So I am thrilled to be able to move this paper, and I endeavour, or I'd like you all to support this unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Foon, you're going to second.
Yes, can I just check that, Heidi, do you have the amendment? And Councillor Rush, were you okay to move that with substantive?
We better make sure we've got what's being moved is clear, because if it's got to be amended, then...
Councillor Rush, if you're happy to include that in your substantive, I can make that change.
Absolutely.
Officers, you happy with that too? Yeah, that's I saw a thumbs up there. Okay, that's part of the substantive.
Maybe great to see Councillor Rush as excited about sludge as I get. Maybe not so much about the sludge, but the removal of it from the landfill. And I do think that this is a really important day. And if there was a silver lining to the burst of the Mount Albert pipe, then this is actually it, that we have got a solution in place going forward for our city. And as we know, the intensification that we have got, making sure the infrastructure we have to serve our population is working is absolutely critical, particularly in the situations of risk, and earthquake being one of them, which I know Councillor Pennant does a great job of reminding us of. What I do want to just bear in mind here, this is, in my view, quite a complex project. We've got many interfaces or many hands touching the ball, which means we need to keep hold of that ball at all costs. So I thank officers for their confidence in this, and I understand why, but I am asking councillors to make sure we all keep an eye on this as we report through our new excellent reporting processes. I also just want to outline, I am a little, just concerned, but maybe I'm just now overthinking it, but actually we've got 30 years of life on this project, and it was actually Deputy Mayor Free that brought up that could this project actually meet the demand of our population growth? I understood we were getting 50 years life, and so meeting up this at 30 years now is what we've just been told. But I think what we have to understand is that we're on the cusp. Our district plan rules don't enable circular systems. The National Building Act doesn't allow people to be able to put the circular systems or isolated systems into their builds, and that with the three waters going forward, I believe that they will be concentrating on fixing the problems, not on innovation at the first step. So we've got a lot of work to do to be able to really review what the systems will be for the future, but we're going to need them. But it was good to know that it was 22 years ago or 28 years ago, 24 years ago, as I said, my wires are connecting, that the Mount Albert pipe was probably a good idea. And then now that's it to stop pumping it out to the Cook Strait. And as a young girl, I remember the thought of coming to the south coast from Wainuiomata and thinking, ooh, yuck, because I knew that our sludge or our poo was being pumped into the Cook Strait, into Raukawa. And so that these things are now not acceptable anymore. And I just want to highlight that our community in Pūroro are really struggling with this situation. And we are slightly ahead of the game if we can make it work timing wise. I also want to just bring up that in the last paper, we just signed off that we would do our absolute utmost to make sure that we conserved the space in the new landfill at all costs. So once again, if I'm not on council, I'll be standing at the door or coming up to speak to you. If we end up being in the position where we have to enable sludge with the 4:1 ratio to go into our new landfill, because that is exactly what we just will be doing, which we've just said we won't be doing. So once again, I'll be keeping a keen eye on making sure that we meet the timeframes. Thank you again, officers, for your assurance. But I do want to thank the officers for the work that's done on that and the intelligence. And Mr. French, it was wonderful to hear that you've been overseas and had a look at systems. In fact, I might see if Councillor Rush would like to come for a coffee with you. I'd really love to hear a bit more about your experience on that and how good you think the system is for our city. So that was really great to hear. So thanks everyone for the support. Thanks Councillor Rush. I remember when we had to go through this process, it was one of our first together. And it just, as COVID had come in, the pipes crashed and the sludge was being trucked around the south coast and I was devastated. So it's good to be at this point now. So thanks everyone for the mahi and look forward to the progress. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Thune, Councillor Calvert, then Councillor Pennant. Councillor Calvert.
Oh, sorry, I thought Councillor Pennant was before me.
Well, I'm going on the order that I've got them on my screen. So.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, look, I'm going to support this, but I'm a bit nervous about giving delegation to officers. That's a council power, and it's not really discussed in the paper really why that should be the case. So yeah, look, I think there's a reason councils have this powers and functions under the Resource Management Act, and yeah, and I would really probably like to see that retained at the council level. I mean, ultimately, we are accountable for the decisions that are made. So whilst I'll support 1 and 2, I'll listen to the rest of the debate and I'll allow it for Councillor Rush to, in his right to reply, but I'm probably choosing not to support Clause 3. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Probably would have been good to have raised that as a question to get some explanation as to why it's there. I like that. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Look, I'll be brief because Councillors Floon and Rush have covered the issues off very well. I do too want to thank staff and thank you, Mr. French, also that you've given us that reassurance that we are adopting best practice because it's a very expensive project, but a necessary one. And some of us have spent a lot of time really trying to get to the place where we get the city to acknowledge that we need to reduce our waste and drastically, and this is a necessary step. Unfortunately, it's not the kindest on the earth kind of solution. It's a heavy industrial one. And I do recall, Councillor Rush, I think about that the idea of dealing with waste materials on site is still probably where we need to go somewhere. Unfortunately, composting toilets didn't find favour, but maybe in the future we will become much more sustainable and not reliant on such heavy and invasive infrastructure. But nevertheless, look, it's really exciting, and I agree, Councillor Rush, that this is a legacy project that we can be proud of and say, look, we really did something to help the planet at a critical time. So really proud to support it. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Pennant. So Councillor Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor Condi.
Thanks, everybody. Look, I just want to say that to me it feels like we've dodged a bullet, and I don't think I should be. I'm not proud to say that. I think we do need to be thinking much more strategically going forwards about our infrastructure. The fact that we're running to such a tight time frame to get this done before we need to reconsent at the landfill, to me says we're doing this at the right time, but only just at the right time. And I don't know that that's going to be good enough going forward. So that's my first point. This is, to me, a big wake-up call that we need to look at a really good infrastructure strategy, which does need to include everything. including our electricity needs, you know, water infrastructure, everything. It was a bit of a wake-up call to me too, that this that Moa Point is potentially more limited in its capacity than we had thought. We can put in extra tanks at Moa Point, and the sludge treatment plant will be sized to actually accommodate that extra capacity. But even so, this is now limited to another 65 to 70,000 people in Wellington, which luckily is the growth similar to the number we're allowing in our growth strategy. But to me, it does say once again that there are limits to growth, that we need to be really thinking clearly and with foresight as to how we plan for the city. It also has highlighted to me that we need to do more, get more bang for buck out of this infrastructure we've got. So I think for me, this is clearly pointing as well to water metering, to make sure people are very aware of the water they use, the water they put out into their waste. We know, of course, that came through the Mayor's task force, and it's a very likely outcome that we will get that. But to me, it's becoming really obvious that we need to be lobbying for that and bringing it forward. I'm really, on the plus side, I'm really, really positive that we're doing this. And I do commend the staff for the work that's been done with the community. I was at Strathmore Residents Association when we had a presentation. It went down very well. I also was at Vero Bay Residents when they had something similar. It also went down really well. I think this will be well received by Wellingtonians. They can see we need this. It's very fundamental. It's exactly what councils need to provide. I guess, yeah, it's a really positive thing for us to be voting for this. My only cautionary thoughts are, let's be more strategic about this sort of stuff going forwards. Let's not run it quite so close to the wire. And let's think really broadly now about what all the infrastructure needs are in the city, and make sure we're really thinking ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. I just want to say it is really exciting to come to today and have this piece of work on the table in front of us. It's an enormous project. It's a really exciting, innovating project, and bringing some new technology into New Zealand. It was kind of amazing when I came onto council and started talking with Councillor Foon about waste minimisation goals and, you know, the landfill and all of those things, that suddenly we realised that actually the thing that we needed to unlock all of those possibilities was a different way to treat sludge. And so this is an absolutely essential element of this council's work program that probably when I got elected wasn't on my radar at all, but we've discovered is actually just an essential part of the infrastructure that we need. I also just wanted to thank all the staff who have been working on this, because it is a really complex and cutting edge project. I was really pleased with the quality of the business case that we got sent, not just to see, you know, a good quality cost benefit analysis and multi-criteria analysis, but there was really great sensitivity analysis in there that kind of showed what would happen if different assumptions were put in place. I really enjoyed the procurement analysis. As the Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk, I've been giving a lot of thought to procurement processes and probity and all of those sorts of things. I had to Google a few times. I learned a little bit about different ways of procuring things from reading the business case. But it was really, really encouraging and reassuring to see that all of those different options have been considered, what would be appropriate for the project. And the very comprehensive risk mitigation sections in the business plan, because I think we acknowledge many people have spoken about that these are tight timeframes, tighter than we might have preferred. And that this is a technically complex project. So again, just really reassuring to see that the business case had really broken down all of those risks and all of the things that we can do to work hard on those. So thank you to all the staff. We're very lucky to have high quality staff who have come on. And as well, that this is the first project in the country that is lining up to use the IFF legislation from the government, the infrastructure funding and financing model, which is designed for exactly projects like this. So it's novel and innovative and technically complex from an engineering standpoint and a financial standpoint. Right across the board, this is a project that is putting Wellington's best foot forward on an issue that most people don't usually think about. So I think just wanted to acknowledge and thank all this top flight staff who have come on board to help us with this project so that we can deliver it for Wellington.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Councillor Young.
So I'm just thinking, following on from Councillor Calvert's concerns, I'm wondering whether we could have an amendment for number 3, so it's delegate to the Chief Executive and the Mayor rather than the Chief Infrastructure Officer.
Well, are you moving that as an amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, I can take it, and then we can ask questions of the staff. So do you have a seconder?
Have I got a seconder? Councillor Wolf. Councillor Calvert.
Well, because Councillor Calvert's spoken already. So, okay, so the amendment is to change the delegation to being to the Chief Executive and the Mayor. I guess I will go probably to you, Siobhan, just to ask for any comment on that in relation to the notice of requirement, etc. I must admit, normally we would just delegate to the Chief Executive some of these things, but rather than any of the other officials. But appreciate your feedback on the amendment.
Apologies, it took me a while to unmute. Look, unless I think Beth is online, unless she's got any objection, I wouldn't see any issue with supporting that amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the one question I would have is whether powers and functions under the RMA can actually be delegated to the Mayor. It may have to simply be the Chief Executive, and of course I would in turn require the Chief Infrastructure Officer and my team to help us do that properly. Is there anyone online who can clarify my question on that?
Perhaps can somebody also, because it is something that I guess that Councillor Calvert was alluding to, I can see the first part of that being very obvious because you don't need council to go through the process of issuing that notice of requirement. The decision on the notice of requirement is probably a different thing, so I think it would be appreciated to get some feedback on that.
I think Beth's online.
I can see her there. Well, we can see that she's got a space there.
Perhaps, Mayor, we need to pause and come back to you on this one. Oh, there you are, Beth.
Yep.
Apologies, everyone. I'm home with COVID and having some technical difficulties. I'm happy to look at it, but can you give me a couple of minutes? I just want to check the actual resolution because I can't see it on my screen. So is that possible? And I can come back to you very quickly.
Okay. Let's take 5 minutes then, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll come back at 2 o'clock. So if you can put us back live again, please, Heidi. Okay, Beth, where we landed was we were just having a bit of a conversation about whether it could be the Chief Executive in consultation with the Mayor, so it's still the delegation to the Chief Executive being one option there, but we appreciate your advice, and I think there were also some questions about the risks that there are around notice of requirement and what we could end up with, and whether that's going to be something that's of sort of governance concern or whether it's something which would automatically but only be of management concern.
Okay, so in relation to your first point, which is, so currently as the Chief Infrastructure Officer, and we're happy to go to the Chief Executive Officer, I guess I'd like to talk to you about the challenges associated with a delegation of this type, and delegating, that's quite a statutory function to an elected member, and I think that's where we've got some concerns. So our preference would be to keep it solely at the Chief Executive. If you do want to do it in consultation with the Mayor, I would need a little bit more time to understand what impact that could have, Mayor, on your roles in the district plan review. I don't think it would at first blush, but we would need to consider that appropriately. So for those reasons, our recommendation is that it stays at officer level.
Okay, can you just walk us through, if you can, where a notice of requirement might land and what, whether that's going to be a governance level issue potentially or a management issue only? Because I mean, we've got no idea what will come out of a hearings process.
Yeah, so please, this is not a subject matter expertise for me, so I'm happy to get specialist advice if we need it. But at the moment, I'll give you my quite basic level understanding, which is so this is council as landowner essentially saying that we need to change the way we're using this land to council as regulator, and so that. What generally happens in these situations is that council as landowner makes the request, and then the regulator, which here is an independent panel of hearings commissioners, will make those recommendations, which is then for the landowner to say whether or not they agree with. Okay, so that's the basic way that works. You would generally, assuming that those were reasonable recommendations, you would generally always agree with them. Obviously, it depends on how they come through in the process, but we're not anticipating any major issues at this point. So that's it at a very basic level. I'm happy to get some specialist assistance from the law firm who's been assisting us in this, if you would prefer. But at this point, that's probably the most I can give you.
Yeah, Barbara, you may have some comments on whether what, and we're hypothesising here on what might come out of a notice of requirement decision. That you go, yes, I can deal with that, or go, that's maybe I do seek governance advice or decision on.
Well, my view is that you are delegating through me the role to officers of getting this process that is necessary for the building of the sludge plant underway. There's a safety measure there in that the decision on the notice of requirement is made following a recommendation made by qualified independent commissioners. And obviously also, if there were an issue that arose as a part of that process that we thought needed then to be taken back to our governors, that would be my statutory responsibility in terms of my wider Local Government Act role to do that. So I think my recommendation is you're safe to make this decision, delegating to the Chief Executive Officer these powers.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Calvert, and then I'm going to ask Councillor Young if she wants to, having heard the advice, what she wants to do with the amendment wording. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I can understand 3A and going to the Chief Executive, but given that we don't know what B will look like, why would we want to delegate that? Why would that not stay within council?
Through you, I would simply say that the process of making a decision under the RMA is quite normally processed via the expertise of qualified independent commissioners, and this is no different to the process you use in many other situations in that regard. So you're not delegating to the chief executive the power of making the expert decision. It's actually resting on the view of independent commissioners.
But I can't. And I accept that. But when the independent commissioners made a recommendation, would that not come back to council rather than the CEO? Because that's part of our powers that we have. And I'm unclear why it needs to go to the CEO. Why it just can't come back to council, i.e., the recommendation made by independent commissioners back to us as the landowners, because that's why it's not the regulatory function, it's us as the landowners. And we are essentially then delegating the power of us being the landowners, the people's representative, to an officer. And that's where
I think that is the point, Barbara, that's being asked about, is it's our landowner and asset owner responsibility, not the RM responsibility. It's not entirely clear that which B is about, but I suspect what B is saying is you've got the authority to make the decision on the notice of requirement as the regulator, but there's a potentially different decision if there's a problem as a landowner. I think that's what's being asked.
Siobhan or Beth, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, so Beth, do you want to comment?
Just as a general rule, my understanding, and this wording was proposed by external counsel, who I'm trying to get hold of right now, but my understanding is this is based on the same mechanisms we use for the Oamaromo Reservoir, and so I understand that that's what's happened there. Other than that, I'm happy to understand what the legal. I'm happy to get advice as to what the legal implications are if 3B remained with council, but I just will need to have a minute to get that.
Yeah, I guess.
I just wonder, alternatively, could 3B come off and we decide that at another meeting? Does it really need to be decided right here and now? And then that enables advice.
Sorry, Councillor Cabot. Through you, Mayor, I probably just need to check on critical timeframes and implications with Siobhan Proctor.
Are we able to just take a quick break and just?
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that again. Okay, we'll take another break for however long it takes.
Thanks.
Back live.
We are live.
Yeah, okay. Look, I mean, I'd much rather get us in a position where councillors all feel comfortable with it rather than that we have to vote for something and some councillors are feeling uncomfortable with parts of it. So, and I think the issues is a reasonable one to raise. Barbara.
Mayor, it's going to take us too long to get hold of the people who drafted this part of this recommendation for us, but it's also going to be a long time until this happens at a practical level. So my suggestion is you simply remove Part B of the recommendation for now, and we can come back to you at a later stage when we report back on this project and clarify that process for you.
I think that's very sensible, because clearly you're not going to get to that stage until we've actually got to lodging the notice of requirement, having had all the hearings, decision, and everything. It's quite some time away. Okay, councillors, are we comfortable with that? Okay, that looks everybody good there. Okay, so the only change then, Councillor Young, will be that we're delegating, as we normally would, to the Chief Executive, who will delegate in her usual fashion to the appropriate people. We're happy with that, I'm assuming, Barbara? Yep, cool, good. Okay, right, we're there. Okay, so we're back to the substantive. Was there anybody else on the substantive? No, well, I will say something, and can I just say, Beth, thank you very much for helping us there, especially given the number of people who've got at home with COVID or with something or other. It's good to see you there. So feel free to duck out.
Could I just
Sorry.
Can you? Sorry, am I on mute? I've got COVID.
No, you're good. You're good.
Can I just take this moment? I just finally got the expert lawyer who gave me the rationale, and I'm happy to give that to you now if you'd like, or we can just move on.
So Beth, I just suggested that we take Part B out of this recommendation, but if you've got absolute clarity now, it's down to the council to decide whether they want to hear that.
So the key reason is delay. They were concerned about delay, and that's why they recommended that it stay at an officer level so it can be turned around quickly.
And so Beth, because it still leaves us with the question that Councillor Calvert, I think, quite recently has raised, which is this about the Chief Executive make a decision as the regulator, effectively, on the notice requirement, or as the landowner?
Landowner.
Yeah, and I think that's where the concern has been raised. So my inclination to councillors is still to keep it out for the moment, and it can be picked up because we've got several other papers which will come on this later on anyway.
That's fine. I think it's important just to understand that there may be delay. What this would require is us to get the independent panel from the Commissioner's recommendation, then to bring it back to Council, which may take some time. They set it up, it took about 70 days, and they were concerned about that. So as long as you're aware of that, that's totally fine.
Well, I would hope you would never go anywhere near anything remotely like that. I think councillors are just raising this as a backstop if there was something really challenging that turned up as a result of the notice of requirement. If there wasn't, I don't think anybody would have any concerns whatsoever. It's just that circumstance. Maybe it's what the limit of the CE's delegations are in that respect. Okay, Councillor Rush, I can't take you to speak because it's your right to reply later on. Anybody else? Because other than that, otherwise, I'm just going to make a few comments, and then I'll go back to Councillor Rush for right to reply. So back to the substantive. First of all, councillors, it's great to hear the level of excitement about this. A basic core infrastructure, and sometimes, Councillor Conde, you do actually get these sort of things. You become an expert in things you've never even contemplated before you became an elected member. I've seen that so many times before. But I did want to put this in the context of that we, as a council, and I was saying this as part of the annual plan discussion. If you think about the 2 weeks that we're in the middle of 2 weeks of making an extraordinary number of really big, significant decisions. So last week it was the district plan. This week it's the sludge treatment, it's the landfill, it's the community housing provider and the annual plan. And next week it will be following up the minister's announcement around Let's Get Wellington moving. Now, for most trainia, if that was what you did in the entire trainium, you'd be doing pretty well. And so in the space of 2 really, really concentrated weeks, we have delivered what we said we would deliver, and they are some really big decisions. So I just wanted to again say to all of you, well done, and to our staff from across the board, but in this case particularly to Siobhan, to Chris, to Heath, really well done. And I also wanted to say that the presentation that we had from Mr. Sludge, Chris, last week on the options and how you narrowed the options down, and the technical analysis and the state of activated or not activated sludge and all those sort of things, was a really, really top-notch presentation. So I really appreciate that. This is absolutely core infrastructure. There is no question of that. Councillor Young, you said you made some comments about costs, but saying that this is. I think somebody asked where would this fit on the priority list. Well, the reality is if we don't do this, what are the options? Well, the core option is trucking all the way to Martin. Now that's very expensive, and I also can't see it being very sustainable for very long. Not because of the environmental sustainability, because of the human sustainability. The thought of having large numbers of trucks on a daily basis carrying sludge up to right the way through the city and up to the Manawatu, I just cannot see being sustained for a long period of time. The only other option it will be doing exactly what you were talking about when you were younger, Councillor Foom, which is just opening the pipe and discharging to sea. Now, the chances that we get consent for that, I would have thought were close to zero. So, we've got to do something here. We know that we have to do something because the landfill will run out of space. So if we're going to be a city which is more sustainable, reduce emissions, reduce waste, make sure that we keep a landfill that is smaller rather than larger, we have to do this. So it's a really, really important decision to make. The only question that I have in my two other points that I think people have raised, so I did want to respond to a couple of things, and I'm not doing right to reply, but Councillor Pannett raised the issue of being a heavy industrial approach, and I have had some discussions with some people who are interested in sort of the worm farming sort of approach at the end of the process. So you do all the stuff at Moa Point, and then you do both a sort of a mixed waste thing, which is your sludge and your vegetable waste, and whether that's an option or not. Chris said he'd have a look at it. Maybe, probably isn't, but it's worth having a look at the end of the process, I think. And I think all of this stuff is a reflection of the fact we operate in a very, very tight space. Everything we do in Wellington has a small land footprint, and that whole thing about having very active and dynamic sludge is because we can't just have massive tanks sitting around with the sludge being digested over weeks as opposed to days. And that's just the way things are in so many ways in Wellington. And the final thing I just wanted to say was, Deputy Mayor, you raised an issue about ultimate capacity for growth. And I think this is a really interesting challenge, which we really do need to think about across every aspect of this, because it's not just a housing thing or a transport thing, it's also an infrastructure thing. And what does the city do once we tap out on some of those things? It's a really big challenge. It's probably not just a Wellington challenge, but an across the board challenge that I think, as the Deputy Mayor said, is limits to growth. So I think something for people to think about in the longer term. I'll pass back to you, Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Worship. So I won't take long. Just want to say a couple of words about the amendment proposed by Councillor Foom, which is to request officers to bring back to council the options for disposal in the event the plant can't be built in time. And really that's a signal to officers to ensure that the community are made aware of problems along the way and what the plan Bs might be, and give them an opportunity to contribute. I hope I've summarised that correctly, Councillor Foom. I won't say much more. It is core services. Yes, growth is an issue. Most plants like this do tend to have a 25-year lifespan, and hopefully maybe technology will allow us to expand, or other mechanisms might be available come 2050 or 60. I just want to say again, thanks very much to Siobhan and the team. I just also want to pay tribute to Mike Mendoza, who was in the chair, I suppose, when this got kicked off. And also to the team at Wellington Water that actually did a lot of the pre-screening and work involved leading up to where we got to in November. So thank you very much to them as well. And I don't have anything else. Thank you very much, Councillor Calvert, for that very rich discussion on governance, and I think we've landed in a good place. I really appreciate that, and thank you to Beth and the officers for working with us, and patience of councillors as we work through that nuance. But otherwise, I appreciate everyone's involvement, and would encourage you to vote.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. We'll take it all as one.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Well done. And officers, again, thank you for the great work to get us to this point, and carry on the good work. Okay, that takes us to the action plan. Can we have the next one up? Action plan of the 4 program. I'm happy to, unless anybody wants an officer to introduce them. I'm not seeing any enthusiasm for that. I'm sure that officers are quite happy that we receive the information. So, councillors, I'll move them both together. Seconded by Councillor Wolf. Oh, Councillor Young. Councillor Young. Okay. Any debate? I see none. I see lots of voting going on very fast. So let's vote.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Right, that takes us to the end of the meeting. Correct, I've missed anything there, Hayley?
That's everything.
That's everything. Oh, good, good, good. Okay, well, that takes us to the closing karakia. Hayley, you wouldn't do us a favour and pop it up, would you? Because otherwise I'm scared that I'm going to mess the third line up. It's always the one I stuff up. Right, okay. Oh, I will close with the karakia. Unuhia, 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 tiki uru tapanui. Kia watia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te aratakatu, koia rā e rongo, whakaria aki ki runga. Kia watia, aira kua watia. Thank you.